Everything good?
I think so.
So far. They've been having a problem with the Zoom set thing in there. I updated the firmware, changed out the cable, and then I joined the meeting for about an hour this afternoon and nothing went wrong. So fingers crossed.
Okay, well they're in there now, so if there's a problem, they'll.
I told Peggy. She said, "Worst comes to worst, they can call people in."
That's true.
But I hope it's resolved. So
Awesome.
okay.
Thank you.
is in our blueprint, and I'm gonna help you make our SOP, so we can, next round, we can, and I was like, okay. I mean, I had to try. And to the point that I thought we weren't gonna have, and it's complete, I've sent it, it's complete, these kids are and I'm kind of in a bind. I said, no, this is all part of my work plan. I was like,
Okay,
thank you.
well, that's great. And Alex seems to think he's not a big fan. So I don't know.
Maybe going forward, thinking, is it cheaper if they're not here, or is it?
Don't know that it's different, but it's definitely going to be easier to get them.
Yes.
Because even last time it was hard, and Martine came himself.
Right.
Because he couldn't get anybody else to do it. And I think the problem is that, like, it's just not worth it for a lot of people to, that they can just look at the computer and,
Yep.
so, that's great.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we'll do at this time.
Yeah.
At this point, we're still just, thinking we're having one meeting at a time. So if this works, then we'll move forward and keep it. And if it doesn't,
Yep. And that's the main thing I talked to Richard about for tomorrow. And they do have some questions about the Form 700. So it turns out, I didn't even know that they had met with them. And I told them,
I mean, I gave them the Form 700 at the first meeting.
Yeah.
And I had used DeepL
Mhm.
or whatever. I used something to translate
Yeah.
our like guide, but not the form itself.
yeah.
So, I mean, I'll be there for questions, and Belle will be there. So, and I did send an email to Emily
Mm-hmm.
and Brenda.
I saw that,
And
yep.
said, like, if you could bring the hard copy.
Yep.
So if there's a problem, emails come to me when she can put out whatever.
Yep. It actually sounds like it might be Jose. And it's because he's got business.
He included his business.
Yes. I think he had some questions about it. I'm not, wasn't quite, there was something Richard said that, so, okay. Anyways, so we'll see. We'll just move them along in this process.
It's more guys. That's exactly it. It's more guys, and then I'm hoping eventually we can hand it off to like meeting by meeting to
are you?
Good, how are you?
Cooler now that I'm here.
Is it hot outside?
Oh, still.
It's very hot.
You go in there, Jennifer. So, if Sarah doesn't come, can I give you some stuff for Sarah Wolf? I'm not
Sarah is going to be here tonight,
sure. Okay, good.
but you can leave it with me if she's not here by the time.
Yeah,
She's got
surveys.
surveys.
Surveys for her. Littlewood surveys for her. Oh. Let me go to the bathroom. Please don't infer that.
Bye. Yep.
Oh, it's on online. Hey, Melanie. Oh, it does look like a balloon. I hit it hard. That's fun to have the pictures. tell you something.
Well, mine
I
just so
sat
much
down to write.
started.
And I pretty much know what I'm going to say, I just don't know how to get through it. So I kind of decided to say that.
And it is.
I pretty well know what I did. So I didn't have time to write to see where it was going. That's fantastic. I actually feel like I had a really, well, that's pretty good. I had a pretty good day. I strung words together in sentences. I love practice.
Home gym is
Sometimes that's if we Dog's really mine was they're super more popular now. Let's see if I can find one.
Sometimes it's needed, right? It shows us somewhere.
the problem.
Apparently Mary didn't want to do that anymore. Yeah.
That was pretty funny. Also,
Oh yeah, I forgot what she said.
So on face value,
she just wants to kill it.
so many values that you can exposure to, but everything is all a card. So it's like you pay $170 a month for like free classes.
That's what we need here in Petaluma is a lawn contest. We dress them up.
$40.
I love the one we watch on
Deb's trial.
Waiting for remember?
That's how I got started on Core TV.
I've gone to that new gym, Stomafit.
It was the birth.
Yeah. And it's pricey, but it's
What's the such a
Lucy.
name? Camille?
I know my little walker.
Johnny Depp's attorney, the one that got her partner.
No, I don't.
Yeah. You walk in.
Or you can live that. I go maybe on Fridays, and then I go Saturdays, and I go to the house.
And this day was sort of.
Even if I earn $20,
I think that's what I did.
you may just do, the skin disease like
Hardly that.
Camille. It was Camille. Camille Rasmus.
disgusting.
She roasted
Oh,
toast.
I've never been in.
I've done it for the, I was a member. The only one of ours, 1998, and
It's
every
disgusting.
time I made, I was like, I'm only here because I have a membership.
Well,
and I think that's this year.
Yeah.
You know, if I ever told you that my kids
So my
like
son
a faint
is there, he's got that.
Fainting.
Go.
how good it's just
Every once in a while, he's out, so I'm like,
No, I didn't know that. I do. I believe me, you startle and they pass out. I startle very easily.
I was there a lot of.
I'll jump 10 feet.
Oh, it's nothing.
Nice. Sometimes short term. That's the one. That's the one that goes.
Next. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm here.
I really feel it. I really feel it.
I don't mind the little
Right.
I just don't want this to turn into fire. Which is
You don't want to park and turn into fireworks.
no, but I live in Fairwood Christian.
Oh. You sound your nerves.
Every single day, every single moment, every single day.
Super easy, it's just one of those things that without people having it,
a lot of work after driving around for like an hour and a half.
Can you make it pull it out?
Yeah, exactly. Everything will be fine.
Because all my friends here for jobs.
Oh, yes.
Got to be one of them. It's a plan. I'm gonna have to.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's going to be great.
So all
What
those
is it, Coach Carol?
in the storm things and like back behind like boosters and
Oops, sorry.
so moist dark areas.
Yeah, I get excited when I see the directions, especially the real big ones.
How are you?
I'm fine, how are you doing?
Doing well. I got a trench one in the garage.
Where is it?
No, like a trench is just stuck in the city traffic.
I was, why is Zion? Either Zion or Art Business.
Reading this,
And I like,
I
just
just
general
reading
public.
this,
What are you doing out? I've never seen one of those in a while.
oh, she's having this, yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna get a. Nice, she said, if this starts.
I don't know.
That's the plan. Just not if we just. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, I just read about one page and I said, I'm waiting to jump on the bandwagon that brings it down and toss it. Big silence on the ledge up there. With who? To ride out in the sun for it's not it's not as if blood it's blood. Crap. Do you know the fire today? No, she was fired previously. She filed a lawsuit against her fire. I can't keep up. She got fired after the calls this retribution. That's what she's saying. Of course it is. Because I should turn my phone on. I did. That for me to do this.
win last night? I started to watch about last night's win. I did the first one, and it was good. I did just the first. I know, I really liked it. Yeah.
Is it like you're about to get? Well, they're saying that the estate of the guy that lived in ours said it's a continuation of that series.
But it broaches like broaches really real life stuff.
It deviates from the point of it. But whether what's tonight? Huh? Is it like no? It's on HBO.
Hello.
I'll let you know tonight. You'll know some.
Hey, how's it going?
But it's also nice.
United Front with the water.
Pardon me, sir. Well, good jacket time.
No, pardon me.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready to re-begin?
We are ready to start our meeting over again and come back from closed session to the regular part of our meeting tonight. And I'd like to welcome everybody to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for September 15, 2025. And tonight, if you wish to provide a public comment, anything on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card at the back, there at the back of the chamber, and bring it to our clerk on my right, your left. And let's see, I'd like to now invite Monica Aparicio and Mariana Riverola to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Thank you and good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mónica y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mariana. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estamos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted se está conectando con su computadora, verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Si usted se está conectando con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas y a continuación elija su canal de idioma. Thank you, we're ready.
And thank you. Now, may we have our roll clerk call, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson? Absent. Dick Carley?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have a moment of silence. I would like to note that tonight we'll be closing our meeting in honor of a former city manager, John Sherrar. He was city manager for 15 years, ending in 1997. Worked with the city for over 24 years. And those were tough years, but he improved the city through his leadership. Upon his retirement, he was honored for his work and written into the U.S. congressional record by Congresswoman Woolsey. And this was a period when the Lucchese Community Center, the airport, the factory outlets, the auto mall, Santa Rosa Junior College, and the marina were either built or planned. Quite an era. The Congresswoman ended by saying that, Mr. Speaker, it is my great pleasure to pay tribute to John Sherrar this evening. It would be difficult to find a person as committed to the future of Petaluma as John. So tonight we'll be closing in John's memory. And that moves us to our agenda for the evenings, and I'm looking up and down the dais to see whether anyone has any changes or additions, deletions, and seeing none, we're adopting as such, and that takes us to our city attorney to make our report out of our closed session tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, all that the Brown Act in Section 54957.1 requires that I report is that the City Council is directed tonight that we initiate litigation, but the Council has asked that I provide more details than that for the public. And so I'm going to add that what the Council has directed that we join as a party is Pacific Gas and Electric's final surrender application and decommissioning plan that it's filed for the Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project, along with its final non-project use of project lands application. And so the council has directed that we intervene in that matter so that we can participate in that proceeding along with Sonoma Water, and we understand most, if not all, of the other local jurisdictions that contract with Sonoma Water for their water supply. Thank you very much.
And for the other item, no report out, right?
That's correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And that brings us to our proclamation for the evening. I'd like to invite the Canine Companions forward for National Service Dog Month. And do we have Ron McKissick?
Yes.
And maybe Ron's dog, Bowers, tonight? And anyone wishing to join from the group can come forward too. Happy to have you. It is National Service Dog Month. And whereas we believe the joyful, transformative power of the human canine bond and inclusivity it offers all citizens, and whereas in the United States, 70 million adults and children have disability, but only 16,000 service dogs from accredited training programs exist nationwide, and the need is growing. And whereas Canine Companions created the service dog for people with physical disability 50 years ago in 1975, creating a new type of support for disability. And whereas Canine Companions is a nonprofit organization that enhances the lives of people with disabilities by providing expertly trained service dogs and ongoing support to ensure quality partnerships free of charge. And whereas Canine Companions and their service dogs empower people with disabilities to lead life with greater independence by providing best-in-class training, ongoing follow-up, and deeply committed community of support. And whereas National Service Dog Month aims to educate our community about the benefits of service dogs and the laws protecting them. And whereas the city of Petaluma continues to work towards becoming an inclusive community in which all citizens and their service dogs are embraced. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby acknowledge September 2025 as National Service Dog Month and encourage all citizens to celebrate service dogs and be respectful to the adults, children, and veterans who lead more independent lives because of their assistance. Thank you. Please say a few words, if you wish.
Hi, my name is Jason Stewart. I only just recently started at Canine Companions at the end of June, and I've already been incredibly moved by our incredible network of clients, of volunteers. I see a puppy raiser in the audience. Thank you so much. And just what an incredible opportunity is to supply service dogs free of charge to people that need them. So thank you to the city of Petaluma. We really appreciate your recognition.
He likes visiting City Hall. Lisa! Our turn's over.
All right, next comes our general public comment for the evening. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, the additional comments will be heard after the last business item of the evening. So now I'd like to ask the clerk if we've received any incoming emails or others, and then to read our messaging for this item. Thank you.
We have received one comment ahead of the meeting, and this time I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. And during this 30 seconds, members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. That's your number 3.
We have 3 speakers, so please set the clock at 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Jody Johnson, to be followed by Mark Kimberly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Our comments tonight are brief. Last week on September 11th, we saw firsthand that the protections you voted in on behalf of our Petaluma Mobile Park residents worked in transparency to show the intent of your rent stabilization ordinance. While your urgency ordinance, even though applied retroactively, had a challenge as to its validity in an arbitration, in the end, specific language in the ordinance itself helped residents get a level legal field with which to stand up for themselves. No results will ever be known until they happen, but for now, the residents see the city's voted-in revisions in action. If you ever doubted that your vote mattered, we want to assure you that residents, lawyers, and even arbitrators are finally clear of its intent and the intent of a rent stabilization ordinance in existence since 1993. The residents, their families, and our advocates wish to thank you again for your thoughtful, researched, and empathetic manner you took to see a much bigger picture and understand the complexity of mobile park living and mobile park laws. You have met this moment, and calls from residents from cities throughout the entire state of California applaud you. You are that beacon on a hill, and we are proud to say this is our city and you are our city government. We are grateful, we are hopeful that we may again return to peaceful living with deep respect for the service you do to our entire community. Petaluma Mobile Residents United.
Thank you. Mark Kimberly, to be followed by John Hanania.
My comments are about the report from the grand jury and the animal shelter. Other cities are already taking action and canceling contracts with the shelter provider. I'm going to share information obtained during a private investigation on that shelter, which went on for over 3 years. The deficiencies and violations of California law called out by the grand jury are just the tip of the iceberg. First of all, there is sufficient evidence to create a reasonable suspicion that embezzlement of taxpayer dollars by the director has occurred. I suggest looking into what happened to the proceeds of sales from all the donated goods that were transferred to his 2 thrift stores. All proceeds were promised to be returned to the shelter, but records indicate that never happened. Secondly, the director has set up 2 shell companies named as pet supply companies that may be invoicing the shelter for goods and services never received. but the businesses only exist on paper. Only a full forensic audit would prove or disprove the embezzlement allegations, and it's very important this audit be done. Third, the shelter calls itself a no-kill shelter. Evidence collected from veterinary offices proves this to be false. The shelter was euthanizing around 10 times as many animals as they admitted to during the years we investigated. Shelter records were allegedly then falsified to hide that fact. Evidence suggests this false claim of no-kill was done in order to increase popularity, obtain more contracts, and more donations. Lastly, how could it happen that this director, who was totally unqualified, was awarded this contract? His only experience was one job as an ACO, from which he was fired for felony possession of a controlled substance, for lying when questioned about that, for making false defamatory accusations against his coworkers, and for dereliction of duty. The city was well aware of these facts, yet they awarded him the contract anyway. Then, once complaints started pouring in, our assistant city manager issued blanket denials of all the allegations without ever so much as investigating a single complaint. Our current mayor, during his campaign, went on record stating he personally had investigated the claims only to find they were false. But we've obtained documents which show that that was a lie. Meanwhile, our city manager ordered official records culled from the system, while our city attorney unlawfully blocked access to other public records. These actions are illegal and unethical. We citizens love our city and have put you all in positions of great trust which has been betrayed. We urge you to purge the corruption from City Hall and put in place mechanisms to prevent these abuses in the future. Please, for the people of Petaluma.
Thank you very much. A reminder to all speakers, if they have that in the form of an email and are able to email it into the city, we can make sure it gets in the record, and it's something serious. This will be part of the ongoing efforts to improve our animal service program. Our last speaker is John Hananian.
Well, today is a very good day. Several events that happened that I'm glad to share. First of all, I did my business taxes. That's one. I added a new member to the family, a little cotton ball. Will never replace my Kona. Third and most important thing for the evening, we got the okay to start circulating the signature for Janice Cater Thompson recall. And as you could see, what I'm wearing to celebrate that. And I even bought endless and endless American flag pins for everybody who's going to go around gather signatures. And I do believe the rumors there's 2 more recall coming. I want to clear a few things. One, on the last meeting, Brian Barnicle made it sound like the 350 bites for the animal shelter in Petaluma. That is absolutely incorrect. The 350 bites, those are for the 7 cities that the animal shelter serve, and the majority of the bites are in Lake County, and everybody can find that out. Then Shannon Cater Thompson, she jumped trying to make the shelter looks bad by saying a family member dog bit somebody right to the bone and the shelter wouldn't do anything about it, which is absolutely false. And here's why. There's a quarantine process, and there's 3 things that you could do with the quarantine. If the owner of the animal have no place to go, they will take the animal. Second one, you can keep the animal at your house for 10 days quarantine. Third one, you pay $320 to the shelter to keep it for 10 days, which is they didn't want to pay, but she didn't mention that. Okay? So I don't appreciate when people, they just add stuff trying to make, the other person bad. And that's one of the reasons she's being recalled. And I look forward to District 1. I should be out there today, but I'm here. I'll be out tomorrow with brand new pair of shoes. And thank you. And by the way, John, it's the wrong time of the year to wear in that color next month.
Thank you very much. That closes general public comment for the evening. I'd like to bring it up to council for council comments. I'd like to start with Councilmember DeCarly tonight.
Excuse me. I have no reports since the last meeting, but I did want to take just a short moment for all the lives in the last few weeks that have been lost, from children trying to attend church, students in school, and even political figures. And so just take a couple seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Quinn.
Thank you. So I just want to remind folks, Dave gave a great commercial for it last week, but I just want to remind folks that Petaluma Urban Chat is hosting the Better Petaluma Film Festival on Wednesday, September 24th. I would encourage you to go, and you can buy tickets at urbanchat.org/upcoming events. I want to recognize a few businesses in Petaluma, FLM Ceramics, Flower Casita, and the Magic Shop for launching the Warehouse District Association. This group is bringing together businesses from D Street to I Street, from the river to Petaluma Boulevard, to network, promote, and support one another. I attended a social event hosted by the association recently, and was amazed and impressed by some of the really cool small businesses in the district. So be on the lookout for that, and would encourage any support for this group. I'd like to recognize Naomi and the team at Lunchette for hosting Queer Soup Night on August 15th. The event was a vibrant block party atmosphere that was aimed at strengthening the local queer community and raising money for local justice organizations. The September 3rd PBAC meeting took a page from the Climate Commission playbook, where the meeting agenda was solely allowing the committees to break out into 3 separate ad hoc committees focusing on promoting bike and pedestrian-friendly businesses, street and trail design standards, and city wayfinding. There's still room on these ad hoc committees for additional public participation, so please reach out if you're interested. And then lastly, I just want to say thank you to the Petaluma Police Department. I've noticed an increased presence on Caulfield and Eli, trying to control speeding and monitoring traffic safety. And for my part, it's a welcome presence, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so I did have a couple of meetings I attended this last week, so pretty busy. The first one was in the Climate Action Committee, and Cool Petaluma has been very busy. Did a bunch of things that they've reported on. They've given training for CPR. They've run the Cool Business Collective. A lot of folks are joining in and doing that from our local businesses. A book club is happening. We have a climate roundtable bringing all the nonprofits together to talk about climate change actions. And AmeriCorps fellows are being looked at. We have 2. They got a grant to bring 2 people on board to help out with climate actions. Then on in the actual committee itself, we've been meeting for several months, and 3 basic groups: building, transport, and waste. And a lot of recommendations were made based on the cornerstones as to prioritizations and recommendations of how to approach a lot of those. And a lot of things are already in play. There's a long list. There's like 100+ cornerstones that we need to be looking at, or actions that we need to be looking at. And certainly we're trying to prioritize and recommend actions, what to do first. So that's in play right now. I was able to go on, I had a 9-mile hike on Saturday. A little bit much, I'm finding out, but it was in the North Sonoma Mountain Regional Park. And I was really surprised how lovely, shade-covered, nice hiking trail. So the group of 30 folks were invited to come together and do this hike together. And that park a couple of years ago was, money came from a couple different sources, one of which was Ag and Open Space, which is coming up for a vote here soon for our taxes. And so I was able to go out and really inspect this property that these monies went to, and it was a phenomenal experience to be up there doing that. So it's money well worth it. So I'm supporting Ag and Open Space for making that happen up there. Then in the North Bay Watershed Association, we had a long discussion and presentation about the Napa City, basically Napa County collection system for water and wastewater. It also collects floodwaters, also in the same similar pipe systems, so they have a lot more than we do. But what they did that was interesting is they decided 10 years ago to work on that system and start replacing all the oldest pieces, and they've been putting in $2 million extra into replacing those pipes. And finally, they're now turning around and actually getting money back in reduced problems that they're having. So they're showing that their maintenance schedules is reduced and everything. So that's really good. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've had one meeting since our last meeting was for the Bay Area Air District. The big hearty topic on that, outside of our extensive closed sessions, was a deep dive on the Air District's permitting process and procedures, and really all the things we've done to overhaul them and move them forward faster. If you've been on this council for any amount of time, we've had our own struggles with getting Air District permits, and so there's a good amount of effort that's been going into updating our systems, bringing on new staff, including temporary staff to help us work through a backlog of permits, but it will come with some cost as well. So that was the big thing, and that's all for me.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This past week has been full of many sad and negative news reports, so I wanted to remind everyone to focus on the positives in our own community. A great example of positive local news that might have been overlooked is Petaluma's very own Miracle League and the community volunteers that built it for our special need individuals at Lucchese Park, and continue to support the athletes as buddies as they play this specially designed ball field. Last Saturday, September 13th, they unveiled the new water dispenser, which was provided by one of Petaluma's Rotary groups. Installation was done by the City of Petaluma Public Works and Parks crew members. This coming Saturday, the Petaluma Chamber of Commerce 2024-2025 leadership class, which included myself and many city staff members, will be installing a public art piece featuring the Miracle League's mascot, Homer, and bench designed to allow those in wheelchairs to be embraced in his open arms. The piece will be installed next to the Miracle League ballpark near the stadium seating on the first base side. Just a few of Chamber leadership class projects since 1995 have included the Petaluma History mural on Washington Street, the Labyrinth at Oak Hill Park, the Polyclass Performing Arts Center renovation, the garden bench and community garden renovation at Pep Housing, renovation of a community playground, build the Faces of Petaluma fountain in the theater district, establish the community garden at another Pep Housing facility, renovate and update a school garden, raise over $12,000 for local nonprofits, establish a Petaluma Film Alliance with the SRJC, implemented 2 pocket parks on the Petaluma River, renovated the Cots Family Emergency Shelter on Petaluma Boulevard South, secured funding to purchase and install 4 public fix-it bike stations. I want to remind people that we have a lot of community to celebrate, and it's not always in the newspaper, and it's behind the scenes. And I want to thank the City of Petaluma for all the awesome things that they've done this week. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks for getting that in there. It can't be overstated how much good the community does and how many good things we have here in Petaluma. During the past week, I attended the Sonoma County Mayor's meeting, and the key topic was homelessness, and it in our school and with our kids. That's a different view that doesn't always get seen, and so it was reported out how this not only affects a child today, but how it's impactful for life and school outcomes, things like this, that the whole determinants are set at a very young age. And I just wanted to shout out to our very own school board member, Joanna Pond, who put the presentation together for the whole mayors across the county. In another effort I looked into, somebody's water line broke, and leaked. And that can be a real problem for people. But with the city's new AMI, they were able to know immediately that there was a leak. Because all city meters now are on 15-minute intervals, and if you're logged in, so today's message is log in. You put your phone number in there so you can get a message, put your email in there so you can get a message, so that your water bill doesn't come out hundreds of dollars, that you can figure out to address a problem within minutes. And I thank the city for getting that program together, and you'll see in the consent calendar that we have the final bills due on that project. It's a good new project. That moves us over to our city manager for comments tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, community. After a tremendous amount of research and preparation to kind of right the ship on our landscape assessment districts, which we have 50, I think. Beginning on October 8th, the city will be launching a series of webinars to connect the residents about their specific landscape assessment districts. Each session will spotlight one landscape assessment district, sharing the services, the challenges that each face, and what's ahead, while giving neighbors a chance to ask questions and share their ideas. To make it easy to participate, the city has created dedicated web pages for each of the LADs that are being engaged this year, where residents can find information, join their webinar, or later watch a recording if they can't attend live. Community members will also receive a postcard, door hanger with information about their district's webinar, and a follow-up survey, giving everyone a simple way to share what they'd like to see in their neighborhood moving forward. And for more information, visit the city's website and look up Landscape Assessment Districts, or LADs. And that concludes my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move to our consent calendar for the evening, and generally look up and down the dais to see whether anyone has any item they need to pull from the consent calendar. And seeing none, we're going to address. Okay, Councilmember Now.
Well, I was going to pull 5, but you already spoke about the AMI, so I'm not going to pull that one. But I do want to pull 6.
Comments or
That I will not be supporting. It's the turf field replacement project.
Good. Okay, so let us proceed with item 6 as separate. And I would like to invite public comment on the consent calendar, and then we'll bring it back to council. So, and this will be public comment for the entirety, items 1 through 9. Take it away, Madam Clerk.
Great. We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting, but I do have one card for the consent calendar, item number 8. If anyone else would like to speak on any of the consent calendar items, this is the moment to bring up a card.
Our speaker tonight is Nicola Fry.
This is off the cuff. No notes, no nothing tonight. I noticed on number 8, which I was really surprised to see, I'm in favor of getting rid of the old police station. I think time it goes. I'm in favor of moving the money to the new police station. What I'm a little bit concerned about is that it's happening so fast, that there's no time for public comment as to what that land should be. Petaluma has very few pieces of land left that can be surplused from the city. And so I think that the public would like a chance to input as to how they want that land handled and what they want done with it. Housing is perfect. I love housing, and you all know that's a big part of what I do. But I think that this is very fast all of a sudden.
And that closes public comment for the evening. And I think we'll just take a little moment to reply on this. The staff report is very clear on the exhaustive process that it takes to do surplus public property and the timeline. But I'd like our city manager or assistant city manager to weigh in on steps along the way.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. There is an extensive required public process that must occur anytime a city would like to dispose of public property. So that is really what we're initiating with this action tonight. There are many requirements to go through in the process, but at the same time, we are not necessarily required to do any one thing with the property. We do have requirements to offer it out to affordable housing developers, and if there is interest, engage in good faith negotiations over a 90-day period. That may or may not result in a decision, and if it doesn't, then the city has fulfilled its requirements under the process, and we can go forward with any other type of sale that we want. So there is opportunity for discussion, and as the speaker mentioned, this is key in order to get all of our funding in order to be able to construct the new public safety building.
Appreciate that feedback there, and I'd like to ask the council if they have questions or comments on any of the consent calendar items. Councilmember Shribs?
Yeah, just to kind of report out that, look at some of the good stuff that is happening. What we're making, the electric pickup truck is being purchased, so we're moving forward with electric vehicle program, which is going to be in conjunction also with all the EV charging stations that we're going to be building up. So we're moving forward on our climate action there. The AMI, as was mentioned earlier, that was completed, but I asked about what percentage of time had been, or number of people, and it turns out we're extremely high percentage of people said yes. Very few, less than almost 0.1% said no on the didn't want it. So it's pretty much distributed throughout the whole city. So it's like that's not a small deal. I mean, we're talking about many thousands of AMI boxes got looked into and changed, and that's now all been completed. And the turf replacement is moving forward. So that's the very next step. So something is happening there. And then the dock fabrication and utility, the electricity got put on the docks. So yeah, it got done, and we're just going to be paying that off right now. So all these things are what we're doing is saying great work. Thank you for staff for getting all that done.
And just to piggyback on that a little bit, of the 20,000 or so water meters, water accounts in the city, only 2,000 have signed up with their own email to get those information there. So sign up early enough and get your data quickly. Anyone other comments? Councilmember Now?
Well, since we're talking about the AMI, I am addicted to that app because I have a beautiful pollinator garden, and I'm always trying to keep my milkweed alive. And I also have a small little tiny lawn, and I have a sprinkler system. So as soon as the bill it gets high, because it's been a hot weather, I look on my little app, and it shows me. And now I'm trying to go below the month before, trying to use less, trying to say, okay, that pasta water, can I go throw out in the garden, like we did during the drought. So it really does help to look. And when I had company, I was like, okay, everybody, short showers. Because I'm looking at the calendar, and it will tell you when you have peak. So if it's very dark blue, I get very nervous. So it's really addicting. It's sort of like knowing when you've used too much energy during the winter or summer if you have air conditioning. So I recommend everybody using that app.
Thank you. And I had a comment on the tentative agendas for our next meetings. It has to do with the recall. I just want to take a minute to talk about the recall. We're aware of a plan to circulate a recall petition for a member of City Council. And the recall process is a form of direct democracy where voters can hold the representatives accountable. And the process trusts the voters to know when a recall is truly necessary and when circumstances do or don't justify the disruption and the cost caused by a recall. Where circumstances do not rise to the level of justifying a recall, the action is best exercised at the normal scheduled election periods. This effort now has caused me to reflect on my time on council, and I've found this council to be an effective team. We've accomplished many significant milestones for our community, together, and we've engaged in discussion. When you engage in discussion, debate and disagreement are a natural part of being on a body such as the City Council. And it would be difficult for the City Council to fully consider and engage with the public concerning items, especially those that are controversial, if the threat of recall process were used to chill our speech, discourage our advocacy, or dissuade us from thoughtful and candid weighing in on our decisions. As I said before, it's up to the people to determine whether any of our actions is worthy of disrupting government's normal functions and to have a recall of an official. I am considering submitting to the next agenda a resolution indicating that the council does not see any justifications nor timelines of criticalness to having a council recall petition proceed. In the meantime, I'm certain that we will continue to work together as a team, supporting one another and showing respect to accomplish the best for this city and the voters we serve. And those are my comments, and I'm looking for a motion on.
I'll definitely support putting that on the next agenda.
I'm not calling for it at this time. I have to pull a draft together, but I appreciate the support on that.
Yeah, well, then I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items, absent item 6.
Thank you. And we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Barnacle, second by Quint. And roll call vote, please.
And this is 1 through 9 except for 6.
Correct.
Okay.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson, absent. DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously with the exception of Councilmember Cater Thompson, who's absent.
Thank you very much. And now I'm looking for a motion for item 6.
I'll move to approve item 6.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Motion by
Can I make a comment?
motion by Quint, second by Barnacle, and a comment. Yes.
I understand that the soccer field needs to be replaced with some sort of material. I just am so against the possibility of PFAS in something that our children are playing soccer on. So I will not be supporting this synthetic turf. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson, absent. DeCarly,
No.
Now,
No.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Cater Thompson absent and Councilmembers DeCarly and Now voting no.
Thank you very much. That moves us to public hearings, matters for consideration. Before us, we have a resolution appointing a voting delegate and alternative or two for the League of California Cities 2025 annual conference. And our city clerk will be leading us through that step.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just a brief presentation so that the public understands this item. The League of California Cities annual conference is scheduled for October 8th through the 10th in Long Beach. And in order for the city to vote at the annual business meeting, City Council must designate a voting delegate. And cities are also able to appoint up to 2 alternates. And the voting delegate and alternate form must be turned in by next week, September 24th. Conference registration is required for the voting delegate, and the voting delegate or alternate must be in attendance on Friday, October 10th. And I'll kick it back to the mayor for the discussion, but I'm available after public comment if there's anything you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know in Councilmember Cater Thompson's absence, I should mention that she's interested in this nomination, is planning to be at the event. Does council have any questions before we go to public comment? See no questions per se. May we have the public comment period?
We did not receive any comments on this item ahead of time. I have not received any cards on this item, but now is the moment if anyone would like to make a comment.
And seeing no one coming forward, we'll close public comment on that item and bring it back to council for a deliberation. I think we're looking for somebody who will be at the event to be nominated, and also an alternate, and we can even have a second alternate here. So is anyone else planning to attend? And lacking that, I know our city staff, the city manager and city attorney are planning on attending this conference. And so I'm going to suggest that we nominate Councilmember Cater Thompson and have a first alternate as city manager, second alternate as city attorney. Anybody? Yeah, and that is an acceptable nomination, correct? Okay.
Second.
Okay, so can I get that in the form of a motion from, just?
I'll make a motion to appoint Councilmember Cater Thompson and our city attorney as a alternate.
City manager 2, city attorney 3.
City manager is 2, city attorney is 3.
Okay.
A second.
And a second by Quint. And comments, a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson absent. DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Well, thank you very much. Then we move to item 11, which is the public hearing to receive comments on the 2024-25 draft consolidated annual performance evaluation report, better known as CAPER. Not sure I like that. We're having a caper here. And resolution approving the community development block grant for the 2024-25 caper and authorizing the city manager to submit the caper as required to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And to help us with this, we have our housing team, Karen Shimizu and Sarah Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one sec while I get this PowerPoint going. Going? All right. Okay. Let's see if I can get it to just. I think I got it. No? Thanks. Sort of. Thanks, Caitlin. All right. Thanks for the patience, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and community. We're here for the annual CDBG program, the Community Development Block Grant CAPER. It's a federal entitlement program, and the city receives around $300,000 to $350,000 annually. The funding is used to support programs that benefit low to moderate income households. Next slide, please. What is she doing? Thank you. The agenda item tonight is to conduct a public hearing and receive comments on our CDBG Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, the CAPER, for the fiscal year 24-25. Before we do that, I'll provide a quick overview. Available funding, eligible activities, highlights on the community programs and accomplishments, as well as highlights on our non-CDBG funded programs that play a very important role in achieving our consolidated plan goals to address housing and homelessness. And then we'll move on to our public hearing portion. Next slide, please. This is a list of the eligible activities. The report and presentation is focused on the city's activities that we were able to complete during this fiscal year of 24-25. The city received approximately $304,000 And by federal regulation, at least 85% of the funds may be spent on housing and capital projects, with 15% cap for public services, and 20% may be retained for program administration. Next slide, please. This is a slide which provides a high-level overview of the funding awards and program accomplishments. Our programs have effectively leveraged other funding sources in addition to CDBG, which speak to why they successfully exceeded their program goals. For our emergency home repair and modification program, Rebuilding Together was able to serve 37 households with CDBG funds, but additionally through other leveraged funding, they were able to complete 2 community facility projects, a complete renovation at the men's shower facilities at COTS, and accessibility modifications at the senior center to improve access to the community garden. So while the households is the primary metric used to quantify outcomes, obviously the community projects no doubt will benefit hundreds of additional members for years to come. Collectively, the program was successful in serving 973 community members, all of who are extremely low to low income households. And as in years prior, the city has elected to reduce program administration from the allowable $66,000, and we direct the remaining funds to support programs. Next slide, please. So this slide is the non-CDBG funds that play a very important role in achieving our consolidated plan goals and addressing housing and homelessness in Petaluma. This slide highlights the work that we do with our nonprofit partners to support our housing programs aimed at homelessness, rental assistance, and affordable housing development, which complement our CDBG funded activities. Beginning on the top left, we have our homeless and housing programs. Approximately $4.1 million of city funding has gone in to support many unsheltered community members through the emergency shelter operations at COTS, street outreach, landlord recruitment initiative, and our new program, a mental wellness and behavioral wellness program at COTS as well, and through Rebuilding Together's employment training program. As part of the homeless prevention, the city also funds rental assistance and fair housing through PPSC, and these programs prevent displacement of residents and help landlords navigate fair housing issues and provide support to many city residents. To preserve affordable housing, the city provides funding to the Housing Land Trust, which administers our inclusionary housing program and has longstanding initiatives such as the first-time homebuyer program. In 24-25, the city added 3 new homes to the first-time homebuyer program within the McKenna, Riverbend, and Hillview Oaks subdivisions. And in addition, this year, the city, HLT, and Rebuilding Together collaborated to preserve an affordable home in Cherry Hills subdivision, and the new owners just received their keys to a beautifully renovated 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom this past Friday. Under state and regional funding sources, the California Housing and Community Development awarded the city $944,000 of PLHA monies to support homeless and affordable housing. Of this amount, $778,000 approximately was used to support homeless services in 24-25. Through the city's Pro Housing Incentive Program, PIP, in 2024, the city received $840,000 to address homeless and affordable housing. And in 24-25, the full allocation was used towards homeless services programs. And lastly, the city received $240,000 from the county Supernova, which was also rolled into homeless service programs such as street outreach, by names list, and mental health programming at COTS. On the top right, you'll see our affordable housing development pipeline. The projects listed here are poised to add an additional 225 units, including 46 dedicated permanent supportive housing units. MidPenn's 414 received $900,000 in home funding and $1.1 million in lieu funds. It received its certificate of occupancy in July of 2024 and is fully leased up. There are also 18 units designated for farm worker families and 13 permanent supportive housing units. Meridian at Corona Crossing was awarded $31 million from the State Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, and the city has invested $2 million in the land, which is deed restricted affordable for 55 years. We just closed escrow on the construction loan, and the project is poised to break ground very soon. Washington Commons is still in the pre-development phase. The city invested $500,000 for site acquisition. And then fiscal year 24-25, we granted the developer an additional $180,000 of PLHA funding. MidPenn is still working to secure additional funding for the project. Next slide, please. So the action requested tonight is to conduct a public hearing, ask for public comments and feedback, and consider adopting a resolution approving fiscal year 24-25 CAPER report. Staff and community partners are here, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the council and ask if anyone has any questions. Councilmember DeCarli.
No, thank you for your report. I'm wondering, for the homeless services that we provide, are there any programs that help them find work?
Yes, actually, we've started a new partnership. I think it's been about a year now working together with Rebuilding Together, and they have a job training program, and they're supporting community members with transitioning with not only life skills, but also, resume building, work experience, and how to be successful in a job.
Okay, good, thank you. Because I like seeing, people try to encourage people to get back on their feet and to help them where they can. And, recently I ran into somebody who, for the first time in his life, was homeless looking for work. So I'll tell him about that. Thank you.
Great.
It's nice to have the rebuilding people in the room to make eye contact with at this point, both Nicola and Drake. And Councilmember Shribs?
Just as a check for information, the housing that was on about the 400 block of North Petaluma Boulevard, and you mentioned it was designed primarily for farm workers. And so I just would like to check is, how is that occupancy going, and are we meeting our goals in that respect?
Yes, that's the project we refer to as 414 Petaluma Boulevard North. The MidPenn project, is that the one you're referring to? Yes. When they were doing the lease up, they were having a little bit of troubles with doing specific outreach, but they've been successful in leasing, I believe it's 13 units to farm worker families.
How many total units are there?
There's a total of 44.
44. So the other 27 units then were still affordable, correct? And went to others that also needed housing.
Yes, the project is 100% affordable housing.
That's 100%. Just want to make sure that that's clear to everyone, because I think there were some questions that came up months ago about that. Thank you.
Okay, if I can just, Sarah corrected me, it's 18 units of farm worker housing that's at that site.
Thank you.
You're
Good
welcome.
correction.
And there's farm worker housing at that site in part because there was funding available for the project. The project got funded because that source had money at this time. So, right.
Yes, it is a HCD program, and they call it the Joe Cerna funding program, which is specifically for farm workers in, I believe, Burbank Housing in their new project that's just opening up as well. The River Place has 13 units of Joe Cerna funding, and so they'll be providing housing for farm workers as well.
Thank goodness there's some funding. Somebody with some funding for any parts of this. Was there other money from the city that went into Burbank? I didn't see River City make the list. Is it because we didn't put any money in?
What? No, we apologize for that. As Sarah was going through that, I was hopefully going to have the opportunity to mention that. While we didn't provide them any funding through our commercial linkage or in lieu housing, they were able to qualify for reduced impact fees. And so I'd have to get back on that specific dollar amount, but that was the way we supported the project, was they met the qualifications of being eligible for reduced impact fees.
And in that project, the magnitude impact fees would be several $1 million, right? I think we've taken, several million, so that's a good number to contribute to addressing homeless housing issues. Also, the $4.1 million that we talked about, is that general fund money, and is it is it this year, or is that an aggregate of several years?
Yeah, this report is actually over the last fiscal year we just finished up. It's with HUD. We're looking backwards at what we accomplished. It's a combination of that funding. So a big part of that was the HCD Encampment Resolution Program funding. And there isn't any specific general fund dollars in there. We were able, with the pro housing and the PLH, with our alphabet soup of funding, we were able to move that program forward without any general funds this year.
That's kind of a great thing for our community to be able to do so much with other people's money. But the other question was more for the PPSC meal program. It seems like a small number, 45,000. And it listed the impact of 900 people. So how many meals how big a program and how much of the need does that hit? And I don't know whether you want to bring our PPSC rep forward.
Actually, Megan Kelly, the interim executive director, is here and can probably address that question for you.
Thank you.
I love that question. Thank you. We serve 3,900 meals a month out of our kitchen. So that's the congregate setting, the to-go meals, as well as the home-delivered meals. We get funding from the county for that program. We fundraise for that program, and you all give us money for that program as well. We have experienced some cuts, while we've also been told that not for home-delivered meals, but for congregate meals, we need to build on our congregate meal program and build up that number, and then we need to exhaust our wait list for home-delivered meals. So we need to add 33 people from our wait list into that number that's done monthly. So it's an impact on our kitchen.
Do you have the kitchen space and funding to proceed to that level?
Well, the county has given us some funding to do that, and then we're getting creative with our funding and creative with the way that we're looking at our whole program for Aging Well Together, moving some staff members around and whatnot. In terms of our kitchen, I do want to thank our partner here, because we're having a freezer issue, and our partner at Rebuild Together is helping us with our kitchen and the funding for that. It's all a team collaboration on these things, right? It's all working together.
Thank you very much. Appreciate what you do in that area, and appreciate the one Petaluma attitude.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this item, or comments on this item? I believe we did a public comment already, correct? All right. Let's do public comment on this item.
I have not received any comments ahead of the meeting, and I don't have any cards for this item. But if anyone would like to speak on this item, this is the moment.
Seeing no one moving forward, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back up to council. Councilmember Shribs.
I think, well, great, wonderful work. Thank you for working so hard on all these things and getting housing and food to everyone where it needs to go, and rebuilding for doing things. So with that, I'd like just to move the item.
Okay, a motion by Shribs.
Second.
Second by Quint. And may we have our roll call vote?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson absent. DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you to our community partners. Our next item, item 12, is a resolution to adopt the active transportation plan. I know we were a little younger when we started on this course. It's been quite the road, and lots of great community input. And so I'm very happy that we're here at this day.
Thank you. Please bear with me while I...
And to help us out,
get
Bjorn
connected here.
Griepenberg, our transportation planner.
There we go. Sorry, usually I get to come up and get all set up in advance. Can I get my Zoom window? Where is it? One second, almost there. Not sure where my Zoom window, there it is. All right. All righty, thank you for your patience. Good evening, council members and community members. My name is Bjorn Griepenberg. I'm transportation planner in the Safe Streets and Mobility Division of our Public Works Department. And tonight, it is my pleasure to present the final draft of the Active Transportation Plan. We are seeking council consideration of a resolution adopting the plan. And this presentation will cover key plan elements, highlighting changes that we made since the last time you reviewed this back in April. And before I begin tonight, I do want to acknowledge the significant contributions to this plan made by current and past members of our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee. We're very grateful for all of their time, passion, and expertise spent on this plan, and we would not have reached this milestone without them. So, kind of a shortened version of the April presentation. We'll try to hit key highlights to get everyone up to speed. Active transportation is any form of mobility via wheeled and self-powered means, including walking, biking, rolling via wheelchair, scooter, skateboard, and more. And after pretty significant discussion at that last council workshop, we did add a table to page 3 in the document, outlining current local and state laws around where different types of electric wheeled devices are allowed. There are numerous benefits associated with active transportation that support broader city goals around the health, mobility, equity, quality of life, sustainability, and more. And we have good data on these and other benefits included throughout the introduction and on page 6 in the plan. So the Active Transportation Plan is an update to our Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan, which was also developed concurrently with the last general plan and adopted back in 2008. It's a playbook containing action items, programs, and infrastructure projects to promote walking, biking, and rolling. And following adoption of this plan, we do recommend more regular updates, approximately every 5 years, in order to make sure that the plan keeps pace with changes in our built environment, any legislative changes, and as always, best practices. So like the blueprint for climate action, the Active Transportation Plan is a focused action plan that falls under the umbrella of the general plan, which is the city's guiding document. And we've made sure that this plan also reflects and honors many related previous planning efforts like the River Access and Enhancement Plan, Smart Station Area Plans, and of course the blueprint for climate action. Following adoption, you can expect to see priority projects incorporated for your consideration in the capital improvement plan, which comes to council for consideration annually through the budget process. And non-infrastructure programs like facilitation of our Safe Routes to Schools task force will continue to be incorporated in staff work plans. And we will be using this plan to track our progress on all of the action items and projects that are envisioned in the plan, and we'll be reporting on progress annually to the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee and, if desired, City Council. The plan itself was developed through a robust community engagement process, like the mayor highlighted, that included community events and workshops, several presentations at our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee meetings, contributions from multiple ad hoc committees from our PBAC, and an interactive online mapping feedback tool. We also had input from the Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition and City Thread, both of which I'll highlight a little bit later on, and they conducted some of their own engagement related to the plan. So the draft plan was released back in early April and then discussed at 4 public meetings that month. And we also accepted comments via email and the project webpage. And in all, we logged and responded to nearly 100 written comments, which are included in Appendix D. Some of the top comment themes made at those meetings and submitted by email are included here. And looking through the comments we received before tonight's meeting, several of these were also raised in those comments. Just to take a moment with regard to several of the comments about street trees, just want to highlight some language that we added to page 4, committing the city to incorporate best practices identified in the Urban Forest Management Plan and Green Infrastructure Plan, both of which are under development, into our projects wherever feasible and appropriate to enhance safety, comfort, and resilience. And I'll have a little bit more information later on. We got a lot of comments about e-bikes and other electric wheeled devices, so we'll definitely touch on that a little later on in the presentation. So then I'll move through some of the chapters now in the plan, starting with our vision and goals chapter, and these are the key guiding statements for the document. Our vision statement: Petaluma is a world-class, active living city where walking, biking, and rolling are a celebrated part of everyday life, where safe and inviting streets and trails form the fabric of a thriving, connected community, where people of all ages, income levels, and physical abilities enjoy using active transportation. And 4 goals underneath that vision statement. Vision Zero: by 2030, reach the city's Vision Zero goal of eliminating fatalities and severe injuries among people traveling outside of motorized vehicles. Build the network: by 2030, build a safe, integrated, and seamless active transportation network that encourages people of all ages and abilities to conveniently travel from anywhere in the city to schools, parks, community gathering spaces, transit connections, services, dining, shopping, and jobs. Beautiful, inviting, and comfortable streets, sidewalks, and pathways. Maintain and continually enhance streets, sidewalks, and shared use pathways with elements and amenities that make them more beautiful, inviting, and comfortable, such as trees, lighting, seating, water fountains, and public art. And lastly, promote and celebrate. Make active transportation an integrated, celebrated part of everyday life through education and encouragement. And again, my thanks. Our PBAC was really instrumental in wordsmithing these statements that really do encapsulate all the different ways that we are working to promote and improve mobility in Petaluma through education, encouragement, engineering, and enforcement. So next up is our baseline report, which covers existing conditions, travel behavior, and collision data. Just a really quick summary here. I wanted to highlight travel behavior and the potential for active transportation in Petaluma. Due to our size, our weather, our topography, we really do have the potential to be a place where lots of folks can easily and conveniently get around by foot, bike, or other active modes. We know currently that most trips are made by car, but the opportunity lies in the fact that the average trip within city limits is under 3 miles. You can see in this graphic that pretty much everyone in the city lives within 3 miles of downtown Petaluma. And so 3 miles equates to about a 15-minute bike ride. 1/3 of all trips are under 2 miles, which is a 10-minute bike ride. And just to highlight in our messaging, when we're promoting active transportation, we're never trying to talk about, or we don't want to give the impression that we're forcing people to do something they don't want to do. It's really about improving safety for those already using active modes, and also improving transportation options for people interested in doing so. And nationally, that number is believed to be over 50% based on a survey conducted by Portland State researchers. Also emphasizing schools here, not only because we're working to improve safety and health outcomes for our youth, but also because school-related traffic accounts for a huge percentage of our overall traffic in Petaluma, especially at peak hours. And so we haven't had any studies done in Petaluma, but in Marin County, just to our south, it was estimated that 27% of their morning peak hour traffic is attributed to school drop-offs. So 1 in every 4 cars on the road. And so we know that most kids live near schools, but we also know that most kids are driven to school. And based on Safe Routes to School surveys that have been done in Petaluma schools, we've heard that many parents out there would like for their kids to be able to walk or bike to school, but are too concerned for their safety to allow them to do so. We have had some real success here with education and encouragement efforts by Sonoma County Safe Routes to School, which is active in most Petaluma schools. And their efficacy is highlighted with a 40% rate of students walking and biking to school on Walk and Roll to School Day in 2023. So the potential, again, is there to shift a lot of trips outside of vehicles. On that note, with safety, shifting over to collision data from 2012 to 2023, we had an average of 33 collisions per year involving people traveling outside of cars, split roughly evenly between people walking and biking. And on average, 5 of these collisions annually are severe or fatal, so life-altering or life-ending collisions. Looking at where those collisions occur, 3/4 occur on streets with 3 or more lanes, and a little over 3/4 occur within 100 feet of an intersection where you tend to have more conflict points. And then shifting to our action plan, and this chapter is intended to help define, prioritize, and track our progress on discrete efforts not related to specific infrastructure projects. And so a lot of these you'll see when you're looking through the plan, they note not only the category that they fall under, but which department or departments are responsible. They identify timelines and percentage completion if available. All in all, we have 43 actions spanning 7 categories: infrastructure planning and design, infrastructure build-out, infrastructure maintenance, education and encouragement, public safety, capacity building and professional development, and evaluation. And again, with several comments prior to tonight's meeting about expressing concerns about e-bikes and other electric wheeled devices, especially those ridden by youth and ridden on our pathways. I did want to highlight 4 relevant action items already in the draft plan that demonstrate the ongoing partnership between our public works and police departments, as well as Sonoma County Safe Routes to School and our schools. We've got shared use pathway etiquette and speed limit signage, our Safe Routes to School participation, electric micromobility, education and enforcement, and shared use pathway patrols. And these highlight the multi-pronged approach needed, including signage, education, and enforcement to address some of those issues that we are seeing and hearing about. And I'll just highlight here in this image to the left, a relatively new resource put out by Sonoma County Safe Routes to School, targeting parents and working to educate parents on making the right choices before they purchase an electric device for their kids. What we're seeing and hearing is that a lot of kids are actually not necessarily riding e-bikes, they might be riding electric motorcycles. And we're also hearing about people modifying e-bikes to increase, basically to trick or disable a mandatory piece of equipment that comes on e-bikes that limits their speed to 20 miles an hour. So some people have figured out how to hack those and go a lot faster. So again, just really leaning heavily on the education, and especially through our schools as we work to address this issue that seems to have really happened quickly. Moving on to our infrastructure improvements chapter, and this includes maps and project lists that identify proposed bikeway, sidewalk, pathway, and intersection improvements, as well as design guidance. And so while you're looking through this chapter, the maps and project lists will outline the locations and types of improvements proposed, and then the design guidance sections describe some of the recommended design elements or criteria that would be applied to these projects. And because we are, adopting a financially unconstrained, very high-level plan, just important to note that all of these proposed projects are subject to further consideration and analysis before they are implemented. And projects will not always necessarily be implemented in order of priority, meaning if we have a paving project coming up on a street that isn't identified as a priority bikeway, we're still going to take advantage of that opportunity to implement any proposed improvements on that street. Where the priority level can kind of play a role in elevating projects is if we have a project that doesn't have identified funding or an upcoming implementation opportunity like a paving project, it can kind of move it up the list and really get our eyes on that project and figure out ways to move it forward. So starting with the proposed bikeways, we have 5 different types of bikeways you'll see in this plan. For off-street facilities, we've got a pretty robust network of Class 1 multi-use pathways like the Lynch Creek Trail, several creek trails, the Smart Pathway that run throughout the city. And then for our on-street facilities, we are recommending implementation of 4 types of bikeways. At the top, protected bike lanes or separated bike lanes, those are physically separated from traffic. Then buffered bike lanes, which have a wider painted buffer, providing separation but no vertical elements. A Class 2 bike lane, which offers no vertical or horizontal buffer but does provide a designated space. And then lastly, a Class 3B neighborhood greenway, which are your neighborhood streets, like 5th Street, for example, where it's low speed, low traffic, and people biking are empowered to basically share the road with traffic. And so the approach that's emerged within, I would say, the last 10 years or so has really placed emphasis on increasing separation from traffic on streets with higher speed or higher volumes of traffic whenever feasible, whenever right-of-way permits. We also have corridor studies proposed on several streets where implementation may be more challenged by limited right-of-way availability, and we think that more detailed analysis and community engagement are really needed before landing on a recommended bikeway type. And examples of those corridors include sections of Magnolia, Payran, East Washington, Petaluma Boulevard, I Street, and Mountain View Avenue. So looking at our existing bikeway network, we currently have about 72 miles worth of bikeways in town. And if you look at this map here, the existing network, you can see that it's somewhat fragmented and that at some point, most trips would require a fairly high level of traffic exposure, whether that means having to ride on or across busy streets. And then you see the transformation with the proposed bikeway network, which would double the network in mileage, with most proposed bikeways seeking to achieve a level of comfort that would make biking appealing to people of all ages and abilities. And just highlighting in the table here, you can see we've got, so in that previous slide, I had the existing mileage of all the different bikeway classifications. Here we have proposed mileage, and then you can see the change. So You'll see that there are a couple of classifications where there's actually a reduction in mileage, most notably on-street bike lanes and regular Class 3 bike routes. And the reason is that with this emphasis on increased separation from traffic and all ages and abilities bikeway design, a lot of our existing or previously proposed facilities would be upgraded. So for example, Class 2 striped bike lanes becoming Class 4 separated bike lanes. And this network does really provide great coverage to the city and all of its neighborhoods, and it does envision a high-quality bikeway within 1/8 mile of nearly all properties in Petaluma. So pretty much wherever someone is starting or ending their trip, they should be able to follow safe and very convenient bikeways to get there. We've got about 28 miles worth of priority projects that were identified, and in our prioritization methodology, we identified the corridors that we felt had the greatest potential for mode shift and safety benefits based on their overall kind of role within the city's street network. So priority was given to the key arteries of the city, including our crosstown connectors, busy corridors that have a lot of daily needs located or that are used to reach people's daily needs like schools, parks, and shopping centers. And then we also elevated all of our primary multi-use trails that provide really good connectivity throughout the city. So once we went through that exercise, we then looked at each of those corridors individually and identified key projects that we felt would help make them more accommodating for all ages and abilities. So all in all, this comes out to a little over 28 miles, as well as 7 key crossing improvements. And we did some rough estimating if these were delivered through standalone projects and not through paving projects or other development projects. It's estimated that this build out would cost a little over between $28 and $29 million, not including right-of-way acquisition. So again, it's a financially unconstrained plan, and that's why this prioritization exercise is so important. We have 3 different types of pedestrian improvement projects: sidewalk gaps, marked crosswalks, and accessible curb ramps. So we do have sidewalk gaps identified in the plan and prioritized based on collision data, proximity to schools and major transit hubs, and also whether they are located within disadvantaged communities that were identified through the general plan process. And we also gave more weighting to gaps where a sidewalk does not exist on either side of a street, tried to elevate those as well. So we do have that table included in the plan. It's a lot more granular than the whole build out of the bikeway network. Obviously, most city streets do have sidewalks, so it's a different planning exercise, but those are included as well. And if delivered through standalone projects, those 10.2 miles of sidewalk gaps are estimated to cost between $10 and $11 million, not including design or right-of-way acquisition. So sidewalks do run about $1 million a mile, and they are trickier to implement. They often, limited right-of-way availability is often kind of the deciding factor with sidewalk gaps, and it's often the reason that they exist to begin with. So those are definitely a challenge to implement, but fortunately we have a great list now to reference as opportunities arise. We are recommending with marked crosswalks and curb ramps, bigger efforts to inventory those, but needed, but recommending the same prioritization methodology. And with each of these pedestrian improvements, much like the bikeways, really the key implementation opportunity for us is often through paving projects, where we do take full advantage of having that work underway to make all of these improvements. So similarly to our approach to bikeways that emphasizes a greater degree of protection and separation from vehicle traffic, this table highlights the features that are recommended based on street characteristics as part of a crosswalk. So if you are on North McDowell Boulevard with that our recent work there, you'll see that we have several new uncontrolled crosswalks, meaning they're not signal controlled. And in those locations, we've installed both we've installed flashing beacons and median islands. So that gives you a sense of the direction that we are going with the design of our crosswalks. And yeah, this criteria just helps kind of make it really clear for us what we're looking for when either upgrading crosswalks on an existing street or implementing new crosswalks. And then lastly, the implementation chapter. And so this talks about how this work gets implemented. There are several different pathways to project delivery when it comes to all these infrastructure improvements. The different project types are noted on the left side of the table there in the left column. And for new or upgraded on-street bikeways, small sections of sidewalk or curb ramps, and upgraded crosswalks that don't involve any sort of an overhead beacon or signal. Those are all what we would consider to be smaller projects that can be delivered with our in-house public works crew or through our on-call construction contracts. For anything bigger, like new or upgraded multi-use pathways, longer sections of upgraded sidewalk, or overhead beacons or new signals, that's where we're looking for either a capital project or a development project to deliver those improvements. Shifting to messaging and community engagement, and we've got a lot of good feedback from council at the April workshop, asking for us to really kind of expand this chapter. Let's work through some of the issues that we are seeing as the city is implementing projects. And so a lot of those recommendations really focused on messaging and community engagement. And so in 2022 and 23, the city received a technical assistance grant from CityThread, which is a national nonprofit with expertise in mobility projects, which provided a variety of recommendations related to project delivery, including in messaging and community engagement. And so highlighting some of their key recommendations here, which included acknowledging the challenges of our current mobility environment in Petaluma and demonstrating the benefits of active transportation investments to all, including those who drive and may never or rarely use active modes. Educating the community on new infrastructure elements, including why they are proposed and how they should be used. Creating consistent community engagement processes across projects, and highlighting the big picture vision that requires building out a safe and seamless network rather than a series of standalone projects. And the full report from CityThread is included in Appendix A. We also had the benefit of the Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition, which is a cohort of local students and recent graduates, which focused its efforts on ways the city could improve equity through transportation. And so highlighting, again, some of their key recommendations related to messaging and community engagement, which included shifting from a customer service model that really puts the burden on residents to figure out how to navigate city channels to one in which the city meets people where they are. In other words, things like pop-up events that kind of catch people at farmers markets or at the grocery store to talk with them about city plans and projects. Also, building relationships and inviting systemically underrepresented community members and anchor organizations who serve them to learn more about and provide feedback on city plans and projects both in and outside of public meetings. And then lastly, implementing an equity-centered community engagement plan and process. And between both the CityThread and Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition recommendations, these are all things that we are actively practicing and working to incorporate, but did feel important to acknowledge their contributions and recommendations to the plan here. And then, of course, there's also important work to be done after projects are implemented, and those include the use of educational signage, mailers, and social media, education and enforcement efforts by our police department, especially when new conditions have been introduced on our streets, and data collection, which will typically for these projects involve before and after speed and collision data, as well as community feedback, but often data on a lot of other areas as well. So that's everything covering the plan, and our staff recommendation tonight is to approve a resolution adopting the plan, although I'll note that it can also be adopted with requested changes noted in the resolution, so I would appreciate those if you do have them. And we will also be including this plan as an appendix to the general plan update when that comes to council for adoption. And like I mentioned earlier, once this is adopted, this really is a playbook that we are going to use. We're going to track progress on all of these different action items and projects, and regularly provide updates to our Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee and to the community on its implementation. So with that, happy to turn it over to you for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great report, long awaited, and lots of input. I love it when the report gets a chance to really get traction with the public. Any questions of staff from council? Councilmember Shribs?
I'll hold comments for a second, but I'll ask questions. There's a couple of areas that may be possible for improvements coming down the line. So the first one is this a working document that we can modify and improve upon? Should we need to do something a little bit different or in addition to what's already there? Or is it more of a stagnant thing that we're just going to follow for 5 years or more?
I think it kind of depends on the type of change envisioned. If there were a major change, I think that it would be appropriate for that to come back to council for consideration. If we're talking about the tracking our progress on the action plan, if we're talking about noting progress on the implementation of our bikeway network and our sidewalk gaps, I think those are easy enough to provide regular reports kind of outside that live outside of the plan. If that helps, or is there something else you're looking for there?
Okay. Just for example, I know we have one of our avid bicyclists put in some recommendations just for small little edits that could be added in, a couple of nuances of concepts. And I was wondering, do we need to add those in right now, or can we add them in later as we have time and ability to do so, so that it's a continuously working document versus,
Gotcha.
Or do we have to make those changes right now today and really look at those words?
Yeah, I think it would be best for any changes to the text of the plan, it would be best to catch those tonight if possible. But also, as we get into the actual implementation of these, things will, I can imagine some priorities could shift, and especially with input from our pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee, we may learn things could come to light that we may want to, that may send us down a certain pathway on an action item. So the long and short of that is that I think it would be best to capture any desired text changes tonight, and knowing that the plan will be a playbook for staff implementation, and that we will be learning as we work through the implementation of the plan.
Okay, so maybe one thing we'll want to do tonight, I know Bruce did a really fine-tuned job of adding and editing a little bit here and there, just a couple things. So I want to make sure we at least look at those and talk about those tonight. Then the next one is on things that I'm not sure is part of the plan here, or whether it's something we have to deal with in a different way, but there is, I know in Marin County, they changed some of the rules about the teenagers and bikes, and what type of bikes and speeds on where they go. And our plan looks like it's a little flexible. So do we need to be So if we wanted to modify our rules or regulations or speed zones and where things are happening, is that part of the plan, or can we do that on the fly as needed when we see these things and make decisions on them?
Yeah, I think that's something that if council felt strongly about making a statement about pursuing some sort of legislation, we can certainly add that as an action item, but also, knowing that, like I just mentioned, new things can always come to light, and if council down the road decides that you want to explore some sort of regulatory changes, either at the local or state level, that you're empowered to do so, whether or not that's included in this plan.
Okay, good. So we're clear. So if we decide that class 3s, if a certain age needs to be limited, because I know this is happening all over the state. Many cities are modifying the rules on the fly. It may become across the whole U.S., but a lot of regulations are coming into play, and we have to decide where we want to land on those. So that doesn't have to be part of the plan now. We can add those in later.
Just for a point of clarification, are you asking, can the city make a rule about the age of a bike user? Is that the path you're headed down?
I'm saying other cities and for safety.
Through state legislation or local legislation?
That's happening at city, county, and state levels right now, and maybe even the U.S. DOT is looking at these things right now. All these rules and regulations are under discussion at all levels.
Okay.
So cities have the capacity also to take their own action too right now. So anyway, so this is the possibilities. And then another one is in there's a little bit about we want all these designs done, and is there any requirement? What I would like to do is one of the recent books that we had is about removing some of the roadblocks to getting things done. And one of the roadblocks is going through every single project has to go through this long process, engineering back. Is it within our plan? I think there's some verbiage in there. Is there some flexibility so that once we have a generic management and system in place, that we can make things happen faster rather than having to go every single project has to go through a whole rigmarole, but we can put roundabouts where we need it. So is the plan sort of flexible enough that we can move a little bit faster now that we have the plan in place, or do we have to take every single project still and go through community engagement, involvement, and about all the details? Or can we move a little bit faster and just say, okay, go, make it happen?
I think the plan does underscore the importance and urgency of the work. However, I'm not sure it goes into the specifics of, I can say it doesn't go into the specifics of what type of community engagement is expected with each of these projects. And I think that in itself is may warrant its own conversation given the different types of projects that we implement and also the different trade-offs associated with each project.
Right. So I'm just finding that there's some flexibility as to moving forward or getting the engagement, but we can take it project by project and do things. And if we can move a little bit more forward faster in a more generic way, that if we have roundabouts here, we can put them over there also, and in a similar style. Okay, those are the questions I have. I have comments for later, though.
Thank you very much. And you bring up a good point. I know in the past, PBAC had recommended on a development that the bike path be included, and council elected not to go that way leaned on the fact that it wasn't in the bicycle plan of that era. And I think we're clear that this is not that thing. Should an important linkage be pushed forward from PBAC, I think you're saying the report is open to adding that kind of, and not constrained in its opportunities. Okay. Councilmember DeCarli?
Thank you for the report. Do you know the number of vehicle trips made every day and the number of bicycle trips made every day in Petaluma? I don't know if you said that already. Excuse me if you did.
No, there's really no. For vehicle trips, I think we could, that is a number we could probably get through Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authorities, all of their vehicle miles travel modeling and everything. And there's really no good data source available for total number of people who walk or bike citywide.
Is there any indication or?
The only available data source is census data, which tells you how many people walk or bike to work, but that metric obviously wouldn't include, non-work-based trips, which are a huge percentage of trips in the system. So unfortunately, that number, just to my knowledge, does not exist.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council? Vice Mayor?
The sidewalk gaps where there's no sidewalk, is the property owner responsible or is the city responsible to provide the sidewalk in those gap areas?
I might defer to our city attorney if he knows the answer to that.
I'll start with the not very helpful answer of saying it depends. It depends on things like if the city's doing a project like a road rehab that triggers accessibility requirements. We might have some responsibility if a project on private property is developing, then our frontage improvement requirements come into play, and that development project may have to provide the gap. And some gaps, can continue to exist as long as we have alternative accessibility. So it's a little bit fact specific, and probably the answer varies from gap to gap.
One that I see every day is actually on Payran, and the sidewalk stops at Toby's truck yard, and then it's the city's, I would think, responsibility because it's the fairgrounds all the way to the corner. And there's a big chunk of the area that does not have sidewalk, and it's in dire shape. So I'm just throwing it out there because I know we ask property owners to take responsibility, but do the city have a timeline of when we're going to take responsibility for certain sidewalks?
We do have that gap in the priority sidewalk gap table. The implementation opportunity noted is a paving project on Payran scheduled for 2029 as the best opportunity. But of course, if there are any other capital projects that come along that address the fairgrounds in the interim, those could potentially also provide that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to put it on record.
And I'll just say too, with sidewalk, really with ADA and pedestrian improvements, our approach at the city has, we've generally prioritized with our annual pedestrian improvement CIP, crosswalk upgrades as well as curb ramp upgrades to make street corners accessible. And of course, the city also does have the new matching funds available for sidewalk repairs made by homeowners, or property owners, I should say.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for leading right into my first question there. So this year we implemented a sidewalk assistance program. Do we have any idea how utilized it's become? Are people aware of it?
See if there's
anybody from Public Works. There we go.
Good evening, Council. And I'm glad you asked the question.
Welcome, Gina.
I'm sorry, this is Gina Benedetti-Pennick, Assistant Director of Public Works and Utilities. The program was launched a little over, I'd say, 1 to 2 months. So it's in its nascent stages, and participation is slow to gain momentum. We've had, I think, a few inquiries. We have at least 2 applications in, and we are continuing our outreach. So we realize that, the more we communicate about the program and get the word out, and the more people that participate in it, word will spread. So we're looking forward to more robust activity, but off to a slower start than we expected.
Yeah, thank you. I'm super stoked about the program and just wanted staff to make a good shout out for that. And, the money won't spend itself. People have to apply. And then also I wanted to ask about this count and utilization of paths and whatnot. SMART has trail equipment, and we get an indication of how many bikes and pedestrians on SMART Trail. Have we discussed that kind of equipment for some of our major separated paths? And then part B of that is our car traffic information sometimes comes from cell phone data, and I'm wondering if that technology can be applied to certain bike and pedestrian corridors as well.
Yeah, so I'll actually answer your second question first. That data has not really, or that technology has not really been proven yet for non-vehicle based trips. Previously, the data was gleaned from cell phones, and so it did do a better job of estimating which trips were being made by foot or bike versus car. Now that data is solely coming from cars, no longer from cell phones. So there's been a change there due to some, I think, privacy laws. As for counts, we do have an action item to install a automated multi-use or an automated bicycle and pedestrian counter on all of the city's crosstown connectors, just starting there because really at some point most trips made in Petaluma do need to cross our freeway, river, and train tracks. So I think we have 8 locations identified, and the one that has been implemented was on the SMART pathway, and we do have access to that data.
Great, thank you. I'm interested in the East Side Ring Trail, great corridor for many, many schools and whatnot. But when it gets popular, do we have 2 levels of standard path with, asphalt and DG each side? Do we boost it up for that? Because, when there's strollers, when there's retractable leashes and a lot of bikers, do we have different standards, 2 standards?
Yeah, well, based on usage, we do want to go wider. We can't always, based on what's available to us. So on Lynch Creek Trail, for example, where we've been making upgrades, we've been shooting for 10 to 12 feet plus shoulders, but we don't always have that. So sometimes you do have to pinch down a little bit. The East Side Ring Trail is unique in that there are several sections where there is a viable on-street alternative. And so we have looked at, I think that'll be part of the signage rollout is finding locations where it makes sense to move faster moving bikes and other wheeled devices over to the street and off the pathway in those sections, and prioritizing the pathway for slower moving pathway users. But no standard set. Like I said, minimum width for a pathway is 8 feet. You want to go 10 to 12 if you can, but that's not always available to us.
So when a street's available in lieu of path on East Side Ring, does that take away the parking along that side to create?
No, those are all pretty calm neighborhood streets where low traffic, low speed. So if you're going 20 miles an hour on an e-bike, you should feel comfortable, hopefully biking on one of those
all
low
ages
traffic
and abilities
streets.
we were aiming for, and not
I would call these neighborhood greenway type streets, not busy arterials.
I didn't see the Garfield model in your listings of class 1, 2, 3, 4. It fits in most of it, but you added those white stripes on the edge, and I love it. It's kind of confusing, but I love it. What was the outcome of that model? Is that a replicable thing or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with Garfield, there are certainly elements that with every project we're learning, there are definitely things from Garfield that will be replicated and moved to other similar streets, upcoming, including some examples in our upcoming slurry seal project. So Madison with similar treatments with edge lines and bulb outs at intersections and things like that.
Yeah, it sort of gets to that community engagement public process that both Councilmember Shribs and yourself mentioned. I feel pretty confident that we've reached into the biking community for feedback. People who are willing to go to the meeting when it was about biking. But when it's about my neighborhood, I think we'll have a different audience. And that's where the community engagement gets really interesting. We have North Webster on our capital list by Valley Vista, Spring Hill Schools, and with the increased enrollment there, the drive to drop off is discouraging, and the bike attendance is rising, and so it's a good chance to really get out in the community and talk. So the question will go to how do we do public engagement more efficiently? Rainier, we're still having difficulty on Rainier, and we need to roll getting to faster construction time. We're talking about construction of Eli and Caulfield, Casa Grande in the next year or two. We're talking about St. Francis. Do you need more engineers, or do you need more community engagement people, or how can we get the community engagement done better? Quicker.
Yeah, I mean, like just as with street design, lessons are certainly being learned along the way with community engagement. I think the first project or the most recent project where from conception to eventually delivery, we've been able to really bring the community along with us was on the Howard Street paving project, which where we used neighborhood kind of focused meetings in the early phases before taking it through the city committees, commissions, and council. And so that's, I think, a very promising model to continue to use with, especially with paving projects. Just really emphasize, going to the neighborhood, right? And for those Howard Street meetings, conveniently, we're located right here. We had those right here. And there's definitely there's an education process associated with it, explaining, why it is, explaining what we know about the corridor based on collision data, speed data, what some of our design goals are around improving safety, reducing congestion, improving transportation options. And having that conversation early on in a project is really important. It's when people are learning about a project for the first time at the 11th hour when it's going to council that's the situation we really want to avoid.
We propose to do lane reductions on Caulfield, and is there a roundabout in that one?
Yeah, so we haven't done any engagement on Caulfield yet, but we do feel that the intersection, that there are a couple of intersections on Caulfield that would really benefit from roundabouts compared to the current all-way stops, both for safety and congestion reasons.
Thank you. Any other? Let's go to public comment now, and please take it away.
We did receive 23 public comments ahead of the meeting on this item. Those are posted on the website. I also have 4 comment cards. I see some others coming in. Members of the public should bring their speaker cards to my desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
We have 7 public speaker cards submitted tonight, and clerk, please set the clock at 3 minutes. And our first speaker is Bruce Hagan, to be followed by Pete Gang.
Good evening, everyone. Buenos tardes todos. I'm Bruce Hagan. I represent Safe Streets Petaluma, and we were formed about 3 years ago when 14 years after the 2008 plan was created. I was on PBAC then. One of the top priority projects there, the 5th Street Neighborhood Greenway, still hadn't been started yet. So we're very pleased to see this plan. Shout out to Bjorn. This is amazing. We have like world-class talent working on that from a staff level. The plan, if it was passed just as written tonight, I think we'd all be very happy. There's a couple of things Councilmember Shribs mentioned that we put some language in there that we think will really help certain aspects of it, but by and large, it's still really good. I think the difference now is, you know, in 2008, there just wasn't the apparent demand for this. In the past 3 or 4 years, and I've been riding since I've been here in 1981, it's exploded, especially with e-bikes and families with kids riding up and down the streets. I think what has changed is that people young and old, they want climate solutions that are fun and healthy because it's on everybody's mind. They want to have affordable transportation. When cost of everything is going up, their cost of transportation could be cut by 80%. I don't know if he's here tonight. One of my friends said he just got rid of his car. Now he's totally on his e-bike, Smart and other places. So, and I think for drivers, it's important to remember that we, because I am a driver, we want to have smooth flowing traffic. It doesn't have to be 40 in a 20-mile zone, but that's very important. And we want to make sure we don't have to worry about a bicyclist darting out in front of us, getting in a collision and ruining their lives and our lives. So all of these things are going to come out ahead from this plan. So I want to say now that we will stand behind the city council and staff as they slow the fast down by speeding up the creation of our complete streets network. And all the conversations around public engagement and all that, we need to calibrate those so that we can get the work done and be successful at delivering the goods to the majority of people. I want to end by saying that when I was here in 2008, I had my bike helmet signed by all the council members. You may have seen that old helmet. I couldn't find it, but I brought the Safe Streets mascot, Simo, and you're all welcome to come in after the meeting is over and sign Simo. He'll be all over town in the days and weeks and months to come. So finally, I just want to say, let's get going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pete Gang, to be followed by Amy Atchley.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, community members. Pete Gang. On behalf of Safe Streets Petaluma, I just want to say I wholeheartedly applaud and endorse this final draft version of the ATP. It's been a long time coming, and I want to especially note our sincere appreciation for Bjorn Griepenberg for his unwavering professionalism in getting the ATP to this point. My comment is just on one aspect related to the ATP. Our network of streets in Petaluma is what urban planning types refer to as our streetscape. At 25% or more of our shared public landscape within Petaluma, our streets are a big part of the shared public realm. For as long as all of us have been alive, we collectively have seen we've been looking at our streets as a way to move vehicles from one place to another as fast as possible. That intent is encoded in all of our national, state, and local traffic engineering standards and practices. It's always been speed first, safety second. Right now, we are at a society-wide transition point that is largely unnoticed by a lot of people. We're now starting to look at our streetscape not as the exclusive domain of the automobile, but as a place for people, whether on foot, on a wheeled device, or in a motorized vehicle. We're coming to the understanding that our streetscape is our shared public realm. a kind of public lobby or public living room. Within the traffic engineering world, this monumental change is barely noticed. Habits change very slowly. If we in Petaluma are sincere in our intent of making our streets people-friendly, multimodal, safe, slow, green, lively, beautiful, we must hire design teams that include landscape designers with a broader design sensibility that includes all of the things that are outside of the purview of traffic engineers. Goal 3 of the ATP, as you heard, is titled Beautiful, Inviting, and Comfortable Streets, Sidewalks, and Pathways. So we need consultants who speak that language. I'll close there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amy Ashley, to be followed by Marja Tar.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City staff, and community. Thank you for the work that you are doing today and every day to leave our city better than we found it. I'm Amy Ashley, Chair of the Climate Action Commission, owner of a Petaluma-based business, proud resident of Petaluma, and mother of 2 Petaluma kids. I'm in support of the Active Transportation Plan and want to thank PBAC, Bjorn, Safe Streets, and the rest of the team that put hundreds of thoughtful hours into this plan. As a resident, I'm so happy that Petaluma is finally prioritizing these safe and intentional pathways for children and adults. I never understood why such a great city had such a disjointed bike trail system. As the Climate Action Chair, I want to stress how important this mode shift is away from cars for hitting our 2030 climate goals. Almost 70% of our emissions are from transportation. So instead of primarily subsidizing cars through the streets, let's transition up to this model that reduces emissions, keeps our community safer, and increases our connectedness. I'd like to just encourage the room and anybody listening online to envision this healthier future for our community, and that these changes with the Active Transportation Plan will support. Thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you. Marja Tar, to be followed by Nathan Spindell.
Hi there. My name is Marja Tar, and I'm a past member of PBAC. This is my opinion as I have lived with this ATP document for quite a number of years. In 2008, the Bike and Ped Plan was formally adopted, and this is what it looked like. And we had 16 members, community members, who served on and off putting this thing together. Bruce is one, I'm another. I don't see anybody else in the room, but there were 16 of us. So this was 2008. It took dozens of people, hours, weeks, months, and even a year or more, maybe closer to 2, while we rode and walked Petaluma. Then we wrote this plan up from scratch. We didn't have anything before this. This was our first attempt. Jumping to 2018, PBAC and staff, and Bjorn is a godsend for all of us, but so is Gina Bettinelli, right here, and Ken Eichstadt, who is not here tonight. These 3 members in particular have given blood, sweat, and tears for this document, and it's been so appreciated. Anyway, PBAC, the staff, using outdated plans, realized that an update was really important and long overdue. The council also realized the need for this update as a perfect appendix to the 2024 general plan update.
Thank you. That's the 3 minutes. Yeah.
PBAC was tasked with the update.
So I'm gonna ask that you submit them by your comments by email, or is there someone who's ceding time to you?
I can do that. Am I out of time?
You're out of time.
Oh,
yes.
Dang.
Okay. Thank you. It did seem quick. So 1.5?
She did. Thank you, Amy.
There's time on the clock again, and we'll go to 1:30, and we will catch you at that point. Okay.
Okay, so we're okay?
One minute and a half.
Okay, council realized the need for the update is a perfect appendix to the next general plan, 2024 update. PBAC was tasked with the update. Consultants were hired and we were off. Dozens of PBAC committee members, many city staff, literally hundreds of folks spent 6 to 7 years surveying folks, attending workshops, walking, riding the trails, paths and routes, holding public meetings, listening for hours and hours of public comment, suggestions, revisions, and reordering of this body of work. Today, September 15th, 2025, the active transportation plan is finally in your hands. This plan is not cut in stone, it's not perfect, and it can be updated, as Bjorn mentioned, as the need arises. Let's cut to the chase, Council. We need you to adopt this tonight. Without further delay, let's get on with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Spindell to be followed by Emily Sharton.
Good evening, Council. I live in West Petaluma and regularly walk and bike throughout the city with my family. We bike to school together most days, and I bike to work downtown. Our family also drives cars to get all around. I strongly support the vision and actions in the active transportation plan you're discussing tonight. Currently, Petaluma is a decent city for active transportation, but this varies greatly by location. Some neighborhoods are fantastic for walking and biking, while others are unsafe, inhospitable, or impossible. The plan addresses these issues with sensible improvements, from greatly enhancing the Petaluma River Trail to closing sidewalk gaps on Petaluma Boulevard North to installing safe bikeways across town. As a parent of a 5-year-old eager to ride her bike everywhere, I will be much more comfortable when she can explore Petaluma using the safe bike network in this plan. The additional 24 miles of shared use paths and 34 miles of separated bike lanes are exactly what Petaluma parents want, to keep their families safe from vehicles while encouraging their children to be independent, active, and free. This goes beyond parents and their children. I hear strong support from my neighbors for sidewalk and bike lane improvements. Most have lived here for over 20 years, some 30 years. Some neighbors hire service workers that do not drive and instead walk and bike from the bus and train. My neighbors are tired of awkwardly sharing sidewalks with cyclists who don't have a safe lane on the street. Some of my neighbors in their 70s and 80s can no longer drive or bike, yet they're very supportive of making our streets more safe and accessible for everyone. Some of these neighbors want easier parking downtown, and they understand that if a fraction of Petalumans can safely get there without a car, then there will be more car parking for all. Many of my neighbors have grandchildren and are thinking of their future in the decades to come. I admire these Petalumans for thinking of the greater collective good of our citizenry, who recognize that transportation needs and safety dynamics can change if we want them to. Just ask a senior about the old days of cars without seatbelts, without airbags, and when drunk driving more commonly took the lives of their friends and family. Similarly, the ATP is recommending the latest and best practices in traffic engineering to keep everyone in Petaluma safe. Thank you to city staff for their years of hard work creating this plan. I'm excited to see it become reality as implementation begins. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Sharton to be followed by Teddy Herzog.
Hello, hi, Emily Sharton. I'm with the Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition. I don't have a lot to add. Everything has been said tonight, but we just want to say we are happy with this plan. We are happy to have been involved in this process from the beginning. And we especially appreciate that so much of the suggested infrastructure improvements include protected lanes and separated bikeways. We're looking forward to the city building out this low-stress network in a timely way and making the streets safer for all users. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Teddy Herzog, to be followed by Richard DeLeon.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I'm part of the Safe Streets Petaluma group, and very excited about what's happening here tonight. This is woohoo! I drive and I walk and I bike around town every week. 3 years ago, I made kind of an offhand comment. I said, we can't build a bicycle network if we're going to argue about garbage cans and free street parking on a block-by-block basis. And it turns out I was wrong, because a lot of the last 3 years there has been a lot of conversation back and forth and a lot of struggle, like the mayor says, like, well, how do we do community engagement really well? And I think we are still trying to figure that out, and I don't have the answer to that. But I know Bjorn's put in hundreds of hours addressing the community, and many of you on the dais have as well. And that's really kind of one of my main points is, what is my main point? That I want to see staff empowered from this document, that we're going to approve this document tonight, and that staff's going to walk out knowing that, okay, we've all agreed this is the vision of what we're going to do and how we're going to move forward. And so even as we still take the baby steps and still struggle a little bit to figure out how does community engagement work from here, that staff knows that we've all got staff's back, and this is our plan, this is our commitment, and this is the future we're all aiming for. For me, the most important public open space that we have in town, like Pete said, is our streets. That's the most important public open space. It's where I'm most likely to run into one of you out around town, is on the street. And again, I'm very excited. Thank you all for your hard work, especially staff. Thank you, Bjorn, and excited.
Thank you very much. Richard DeLeon, to be followed by Wayne Eggstrom.
All right, good evening. Richard DeLeon with Blue Zones Project here in Petaluma. We submitted some words in writing, so I don't necessarily need to add a whole lot, but ultimately, Blue Zones Project really focuses on being able to create healthier places for our community, and we're so proud of Petaluma really making the step to move forward and having the active transportation plan adopted, so we're hoping that you adopt it. And ultimately, for me right now, the reason why I came up is I wanted to add a personal anecdotal story of, growing up here in Petaluma, going to high school here, and absolutely not knowing that I had the opportunity to be able to cross town in a way that was safe. And I think a lot of it is just getting the information out to our community because, as Bjorn mentioned a moment ago, it's at the 11th hour when a lot of folks end up hearing the information, and that's when you'll get, emotions in the process. But I think if we let our community know about all of the different changes that are being implemented and why they're being implemented to be able to make safer spaces for and a lot of times for our younger kids, I think of like being able to get to the schools in a way that's safe. I think when we put that into consideration, it really makes it a win-win situation for everybody. So again, we submitted something in writing, but we're really glad that the city is moving forward with this. Thank you.
And thank you. Wayne Eggstrom is our last speaker for the evening.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Eggstrom. Mr. Mayor, staff, everybody, I loved your presentation. But one thing that I thought that it was lacking was information about truck routes and what their designation would be for safer streets. They should be posted. So if we're sharing the same streets that are being reduced down to 10 to 11 feet, that these truck routes should be utilized for, agriculture, deliveries for goods and services for our local stores and businesses. It'd be nice to see that there's a little bit more emphasis on these posted signs for truck routes. Thank you.
Thank you. I stand corrected. Our last speaker of the night is John Hanania.
Here we are again. A couple of things. I do agree with Wayne about the trucks because on McDowell, you're not supposed to have anything past, I believe, Caulfield, but you see the 18-wheelers, and God knows how many times they took the sign down on Roundabout, okay? And, you cannot have a cop sitting there 24/7, so something needs to be done. I heard so much about the safety, and I agree with that gentleman, Pete, where he talked about safety. And I'd like to ask you all, how many times have you guys heard the request for sidewalk on Lakeville south of Caulfield? There's no sidewalk. And some of you might say, well, this is not our problem, that's Caltran. Then the question I ask you, why did you give a permit to build all those apartments there? with no sidewalk. Then you talk about no cars. How do you expect people to ride their bike or take their kids for a walk when there's no sidewalk, either side, the east or the west side of the street? So at what point you guys are really going to put a sidewalk? So you talk about safety, okay? How much did the city pay for the accident by Kaiser? Well, we don't want to talk about that, right? So let's walk the talk. Thank you.
Thank you, and that closes public comment on the item for the evening. Bringing it back to council for council comments. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'll kick it off. First, to respond to the Lakeville comments, John, we had to settle for over $600,000. But when you go through the records show that our city contacted Caltrans numerous times over the years about that being an issue, and we were released of that litigation because of our proactive work with Caltrans to call out the safety issues and the urgent need to do something. And once that happened, we took immediate action and blocked off that area so that we saved lives. Those apartments, I don't think anyone on this council was on this council when those were approved, but I can guarantee you that if we were, those apartments would be more walkable, more bikeable, and more safe for the people who live there. We're trying to address years of car-oriented planning. That doesn't happen overnight. It takes dedication. And to me, the biggest impediment to implementing this plan is not funding, because there's a good job of aligning it with our capital improvement program, our 5-year paving plan, all of that great stuff, the intersections of all that work. It's political will. It's actually sticking to it, and when it comes down to it, implementing the plan and making the tough decisions and looking at the community members who are frustrated and don't understand this stuff because they're not active transportation planners, they're not traffic engineers, and telling them we're thinking about what's in the interest of of the community. We're thinking about what this community is going to look like when it's 70,000 people, not when it's 60, because if we don't start to alleviate and provide alternatives, we're not mandating anyone get out of their car, we're making it safer for them too. Because if we're 70,000 people and everybody drives with the same behaviors that we have today, traffic's going to be way worse. And we're going to be that before we know it. And so this is about being forward-looking, realizing that we've been doing a lot of bad planning for years. We've been letting developers off the hook for years. We've been implementing street projects and not closing sidewalk gaps and not making safe bike lanes. And this plan gives us a playbook to correct that. That's why I'm supporting it. I'm super excited about all the community input that's gone into it. Marja, Bruce, Safe Streets Petaluma, everybody who's had a hand in this, Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, Blue Zones, everybody who's been part of it. I'm really grateful for it. This is something that really matters to me. I was at Ray's on Friday, and parents came up to me. They knew who I was, and they said, I'm so grateful for all of your advocacy on bike and ped work. I live on D Street. My kids go to school over here, and we ride our bike. We walk. It's safer. Everywhere is safer. There's more people riding our bike. When you look at the comments in here, I don't know a lot of the public commenters who sent this in. And in the past, I probably would have known a lot of them. But a lot of them are recognizing that we're making action, and that we're committed to this, and it's not just talk. And I'm full-throated. I'm behind this plan. I'm behind the staff and the community who are doing it. And the best thing that we can do is all support it, be advocates for safe streets, and vote yes on this. And then just one more thing. Bjorn, I have a couple of questions. If you don't have the data, that's fine. I wanted to ask about D Street, and if we have any advanced information and data on traffic incidents on 5th and D, and the impact that the diverters had, anything like that, just to give a sample of like what these types of improvements, and I don't know if you have it at your fingertips, and if not, that's fine, but I'd love to just throw out a specific example of something that was controversial and the impact that we've seen since we've installed it.
So we will be, I believe if you look at the tentative agenda, D Street is coming back to council for an update in November. and I think that's highlighted in the tentative agenda. We have been looking at the collision data recently with PD. Off the top of my head, there were, over the past several years, we could pretty much assume, or with pretty good certainty, predict that there'd be 2 broadside collisions per year in that intersection of 5th and D. That was the reason that we wanted to test out the diverter there, was just a lot of people trying to basically shoot the gap in traffic and cross D. And so a lot of those movements were leading to collisions. That was one of the high collision intersections that was identified in our local road safety plan that came to council a couple of years ago. And at that time, the only recommendation the consultant had was to convert that intersection to an all-way stop, which we know would worsen congestion on D Street. You're right between 2 signals. Last thing you want there from our perspective was an all-way stop. So the diverter was we thought a outside the box way to address and prevent those movements that were contributing to collisions. And since that was implemented, there has been 1 broadside collision. It's been over a year, so not the regular 2. But from my understanding, in discussion with PD, that was someone who illegally drove through the diverter and ignored the signage. So the diverter has, been doing what it was intended to do, which is not allow drivers to make that dangerous movement.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs, you were going to suggest some language changes. Is that still in your thoughts?
Well, let me go through a couple comments first, and then.
Because I was going to offer that the clerk could pull up the language on the board if you could give her a cue.
So Bruce Hagan was good enough to actually go through the whole thing with a fine-tooth comb and make some recommendations, but I think all of them could be are pretty minor. I think by philosophy are all in there except for one. I think the one that comes out that may or may not be included in the language. And it's about tree parking pilot or parklets within the streets as a whole concept to be promoted, which isn't quite in the plan. But I think there is some language in the plan that says we need for modifications of to provide structure, infrastructure, shade and trees and the like. So I'm not sure if the current plan language in those paragraphs are enough to say that, oh yeah, we can go ahead and move and promote this concept, or whether we need to add it in. And
let me help out with
just that for change 3. In his email was change 3.
So it's if you could, the email you're looking for is Bruce Hagan's public comment, and I'm thinking our clerk might have access to that on our agenda for tonight. And then we'd be able to speak from seeing the text. And I'm not sure as staff, if Bjorn, you want to, if that was an answer, if that was a question you can answer without the text stuff. Right. Do you have enough latitude in the Greenway?
Right. So the question I have for Bjorn was if the language in the current action plan would cover tree parklets basically as a whole concept. If you feel like we're adequate, that we can run with that concept within our general plan, that's not outside of the plan, then maybe we don't need to make changes. But if we do, then this would be the one thing we need to make a change on.
The tree parking proposal, we've seen it, and I believe there were comments on the previous draft that alluded to it and expressed the desire to see it incorporated in the plan back in April. Our response to that in the appendix was that we felt that it could be incorporated in or addressed through the street and trail design standards update, which is IP-2, update city standards to incorporate best practices in safe, green, and accessible street and trail design, establish quick build and hardscape standard details for all safe streets elements. So we're aware of, we have actually implemented the tree parking concept on North Water Street through some of the public improvements that were made there. Across from Brewster's, you'll actually see some in-street trees in the parking lane, which were installed there in order to provide a wider sidewalk for multi-use width. So it's not a totally new concept to the city, but if council does feel like you would like to see it elevated and called out or singled out in this plan, we can certainly do that. We also have, I know, the urban forestry management plan underway, which could be another place for that. So I'm completely, I mean, it's really up to council.
I think philosophically, we're all in tune with wanting to be able to do this, because we also have recreational parklets. We have vendor parklets out there with the restaurants and the like, and maybe some other stores can use that occasionally. We have lots of things going on. So as long as, if you're okay with the current language that we're covered, then if council feels like we're covered for these concepts, fine. Otherwise, then we don't need to make a change here and now. Maybe later on, if we need it, we can do something. But I'll leave it to council what you think.
That's too kind of an invitation. I'm going to say I think the language is broad, and you're right, the philosophical mandate is broad. And most projects have project-specific review, and the opportunity to really catch things in detail comes at the project-specific review. So I'm with you. I think we can go with the document as presented.
As presented. Okay, good. So if there's no change like that, then if I can continue with comments?
Please.
Okay. So so far, this is phenomenal that we're at this point at this time. Some of the changes and some of the additions that have been added in, I think there was a beefing up of concern about shade and canopy along trails, along with the wayfinding. I think that's now included in the language. Again, it's general language, but I think it's there, which is good. There's the actual word of micromobility was actually added in, which is really good. And then we discussed a lot about education and safety that needs to be incorporated within the school systems. I think the language in general, not specific, but these are three areas that I wish were a little bit more detailed and fleshed out and promoted, but they're there, which is I can live with for the moment. But there's some of the things that are going to be changes that we're going to have to look at down the road here is because some of the paths that are on the map, I know we're looking at the North Greenway and the paths that we actually are thinking as a possibilities there once we get that rolling, we're not on that map. So it's just basically the smart path there and a couple things, but not a full outlining of the actual paths in the North Greenway along the river. So that was a little missing from the map. It'd be nice if those were included, but I don't know if we can do that because, again, that's not our property. It's still private property out there. Anyway, that's a missing factor. I'm not sure if we want to go over that or not. Another one is rules and regulations, which may be modified and changes. So in there's a discussion about 10 miles an hour, then another statement about 15 miles an hour, depending upon the amount of pedestrian traffic there might be on these paths, multimodal or not. So there's at least the concept was brought up that there will be some 10 and some 15 miles per hour, but it's not really lined out very well as to where each should be or what the city policy is, and then how well there is some language on enforcement from the police for doing this, and we are doing that now. So apparently we have at least 2 e-bikes with policemen on it going on trails on a regular basis now, checking up and giving tickets out and so forth from their point of view. So that's good. It's in there, but again, it's not fleshed out really well. So at least I'm satisfied with the language tonight. I want to make sure things move, but I wish it was a little bit stronger language in these areas. The other areas, regulations on under 18 of teenage usage of vehicles and which class. According to the state or the county Safe Routes to School program, I think there was one thing in there that says, oh, teenagers aren't supposed to go beyond 20 miles per hour. I'm not sure if that's true from a state law or not, or a county law, but I think that may not be true from the state or U.S. law. I think the class 3s are allowed up to 28 if they're wearing helmets and the like. But that language as to how we're going to manage those regulations, especially for the youth, is we need to be work done down the road, and those are some of the changes we're going to have to make as we make legislative changes up here, because things are going to change. Other things that are going to change is the type of vehicles. I've already predicted several times about micromobility, even though the word is used. There's so many different types of vehicles, from velomobiles that are fully bicycle-ped to there's even now what's called the Rat Racer. It's a velomobile, battery pedaled, and it goes 70 miles an hour. And that's what's being developed right now. That'll be on the market within 2 years. There's also handicapped vehicles that are off-road now with big tires on it for wheelchair occupants to be able to go off-road and things. So there's a whole bunch of vehicles, and for the other handicaps, for the elderly to be able to get on the paths with their 4 quads or trikes, they're going to be larger, fancier. So those are sort of included, but we're going to have to modify as those evolve. So we're going to have to evolve as the vehicles evolve. So as long as there are opportunities to make these changes as we go, I'm happy with the document as is, but I just want to make a note that we are going to have to do these modifications, rules, regulations, types of vehicles, speeds, where located, what education type things need to get done, and the design of things. So those are all things I think we have flexibility now. I'm okay with where we are, but I want to push forward. The only thing I want to add in is that I have a personal stake. I've ridden my cargo bike all over the place. I've gotten out of my truck half the time now with my bikes. I got 2 bikes, one for fun, one for work, do lots of things. And just turns out yesterday I was with a PCA videographer, and we have started producing a safety video for e-bikes. So I have that. Hopefully will be online soon. He's working on the editing right now. So I thought, I have personal stake. I thought I'd just announce that since this is a topic tonight about e-bike safety, and I'm working on it. Thank you.
That's great stuff. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there was one comment in there I do want to make sure we address tonight. Councilmember Shribs raised something that might be missing from the map. So if I can pull up my screen, this does actually, the map can have some pretty important implications, especially if redevelopment occurs on private property. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on what you called out as missing and flag that. So I'm just going to zoom in here if you can. You said, I believe you said area along the river, kind of the northern reach. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the northern, okay, this one's a little bit better. I couldn't quite see it in the map earlier when I was looking. It does come under Rainier at this point there.
Yeah, there's Rainier.
So now I see it's blown up. I can see it a little bit better. So okay, I guess there's something there about coming underneath Rainier and then going underneath or by the train tracks or the river.
Yeah.
And so those connectivities there, and I do now see the line that's coming on by the freeway that's coming on down through past the Outlet Mall. Yeah. So I didn't quite, for some reason, I didn't see those earlier. Maybe I was looking at the proposed map instead.
Oh, gotcha. The priority map.
maps.
Okay, cool.
And didn't see that. Now I see this is better here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Quint.
Sure. So when I think about this plan, what comes to mind is I believe, I see it as an incredible vision for what a safe, walkable, bikeable, and rollable Petaluma can look like. It doesn't obligate the money. It doesn't obligate the city to go out and build it all at once. It provides a vision for what we can create over time with capital improvement projects that are already going to be built. It doesn't ask anyone to walk or bike who would prefer to drive. It's not going to do that. I don't believe that this plan is going to result in any more congestion in our city. In fact, I believe it will lessen congestion. Just this evening, Councilmember Now and I, both being proud East Siders, we left the East Side at the same time, and I was on my little e-scooter, and we both got here right at the same time. And I'd like to believe that, and it's not even a souped up one, right? It's just a slow e-scooter. And I like to believe that, that I'm doing just a small part to help. You know, I enjoy it. Not everybody does, but I hope that, you know, by making that choice, that it makes someone else's driving experience a little less congested. And I do believe that if we build a more robust infrastructure, it's only going to create those opportunities for more people who want to do that. So I believe this plan will result in an environment that will give our community more choices. We oftentimes think of this in terms of bikes, and I joined I first got involved with, city through PBAC and transit, and it was really my love of biking that brought me to that. But the thing that I learned from Marja is that it's not just about bikes. It's really about, walking and other choices. And I believe that this plan is going to result in better sidewalks and curbs and street crossings. Like, that's a really core piece of this that I think oftentimes gets overlooked. And I believe it's going to create safer routes to schools. So I really appreciate it. I also want to just emphasize the community engagement that has come into this. Has just been incredible. The work that, there's been, again, we started working on this before I became involved with PBAC, and that's over a couple of years now. And I think the first time I met the mayor was I was volunteering at a community outreach at the community center, trying to solicit feedback on PBAC. And so there's been lots of those opportunities for the public to engage on this. And so some would argue it's taken a long time, but I think worth it. It's a great plan, and I can't wait to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember DeCarli?
So, Bjorn, I appreciate the detailed work that you've put into this and everybody else, and there are parts of it I do like a lot. I think they're necessary and good for the town. Where I get a little bit concerned is how we're changing our streets and why we're actually doing it. And, so I went and I looked up, the average number of commuters by bike in the U.S. And I'll give Petaluma the benefit of the doubt and say it's probably a little bit higher, but it's 0.6%. And with principal cities in the U.S., it's 1.1%. And we were just given the number of almost $30 million. And I know some of that will be used in other ways, but I think a large chunk of that will go to, street infrastructure improvements. I don't see this as a build it and they will come sort of a thing. I think we've built out a lot of roads that, now have bike lanes, now have bollards in them, now have a lot of obstructions in them. And I think they're really underutilized. D Street doesn't see that much bike traffic, and nonetheless, it affects cars and residents every day. Public outreach is a concern to me too. I spoke to a lot of people who are very upset about the improvements made on I Street, and one of the things I received back was, when I asked staff about it, was a letter that I believe that people were residents signed, and there was about 30 signatures or so. Some just first names, but otherwise it was just names. And in comparison to D Street, they did a petition with full names, addresses, email, where they lived, everything, and got several hundred signatures, and they've hardly gotten any response. So, public outreach is something that I know people repeat the line of, we're working on it, we're trying to improve it. But nonetheless, there's a lot of important stuff happening. It's in the pipeline and it's currently going on. And we're still like, well, we're working on public outreach to try to get better, which I know is a tough thing to do and it's hard to engage people. But there's a lot of people that I feel like they get, they feel like they get the wool pulled over their eyes. And I do think with a lot of the proposed street changes that we've been doing and will be doing, I think we're putting the cart before the horse, trying to build out the town as a commuter town, and build that infrastructure out without any real rules or accountability for anything or anything structurally to put in place, because which kind of confuses me, because we're such a risk-averse city. We try to stay ahead of any sort of trouble that could happen or anything that could get the city in trouble. But nonetheless, it's like the Wild West out there right now, where you've got bikes going everywhere and all over the place, and a lot of it is younger kids and e-bikes, but it's everybody. And so I don't think it's responsible to build all this out without anything in place to enforce it. Because you're mixing bikes and cars. And cars have, you have a licensed driver, you have insurance, you have registration, and if there's an accident between them and a bike, the bike has nothing. So why make these improvements to upgrade our infrastructure to accommodate bikes and blend them into everything without at least bringing them up to the same level if you're going to put them on the same surface? And, so like I said, I can get behind a lot of what's in here. I do think it's a good document, but, I see things like the ears on the corners of intersections where, you're losing 8 parking spaces at every intersection now. The green bollards, which it's like I've said in the past, where you've got all these obstacles out in the streets, which just does nothing but increase the probability of a car hitting them in some way. We're putting stop signs in the streets now instead of on the sidewalks. We're cutting down vehicle lanes. We're doing a lot of things that I don't like, and so that's why I can't support something like this unless we consider those things and remove them from the equation. Because going back to public engagement, there are a lot of people in this town who do not like these changes and do not want to see them.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, 20 years ago, I was the liaison to the PBAC committee, and I probably signed your helmet, Bruce Hagan. And we were working very hard on that 2008 bike plan because it was for our general plan. Now, 20 years later, we're really come a long way. But the things that worry me is the travel behavior. And I'm going to go to Chapter 3, page 14. And they were talking to the Safe Routes to School survey and to the vehicles non-carpool that 73% of parents say they wish their students could walk or bike to school more often. Parents rank concerns about vehicle traffic as their top barrier to walking and bicycling more often. 73% of the parents in our city schools don't want to put their own children on bicycles to go to school. They're the worst traffic behavior. When you go to a school and you watch drop-off or pickup or a sporting event, there's distracted drivers, whether it's a cell phone or the computer's technology in their car or the child in the back seat screaming at his sibling or something else going on. I was on Maria on Saturday, and I'm pushing the stroller with the grandkids carrying their athletic gear, and this SUV was going so fast she could not stop at the stop sign. She stopped in the middle of the crosswalk. And of course, it's a warm day, so her windows rolled down, and she apologized. But I was like, slow down a bit, and then of course she got mad. And my daughter-in-law is shrinking behind me. But we have to make sure that our drivers are thinking about pedestrians and bicyclists and sharing the road. And I don't know how we can get that across. We've got our campaign about Slow the Fast Down, but we still have the data collision, which is on page 16. It's not going down. It is gone up. In 2019, yes, it was 33, and we're now at 21, but it's steadily going up. We're going to be at that 2019 if we don't start thinking about being safer drivers and getting less collisions. And then we've got this new equation with e-bikes that is scary. One of our emails today talked about the East Washington Street collisions with e-bikes and vehicles in the shopping center. I've almost been run over by e-bikes on the sidewalk. And they're getting less expensive, and parents are buying them. These kids have freedom, but they're not wearing helmets. Now, hey, I was a teenager in the 70s riding a Schwinn around Petaluma without a helmet on. But now we have laws in place. We wear seatbelts in cars. We wear helmets. And on moving vehicles, we really have to remember the rules. So we have to enforce them. And I don't know how to emphasize to parents how important it is that their child understands that riding an e-bike so dangerously has consequences. And if we can give those e-bike riders a warning that they have to then show their parents, and then the parents have to at least maybe appear at the police station. I don't want to just tie up staff time, but we need to have consequences and parent participation so that after maybe 3 warnings, they're not able to ride their e-bikes or something. I don't know. There has got to be consequences. And let's see. The education is very important for those who don't ride bikes and understand the paint markings, that understand why we have stop signs in the middle of the street, why we have these bike boxes. I got a text message a month ago from someone going, why, we don't care about bicyclists? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they took a picture of a sign on Maria that says, stop here except for bicycles. And then I went back through notes, and it's the vehicle that stops before the bike box, that green box with the picture of the bicyclist. So maybe we could put some of those drawings and those information, education in the water bills. I'm thinking it goes to every resident, and that would maybe alert the drivers that aren't bicyclists why we have these bollards on the McDowell, why we have these green boxes on Payran and, or not Payran, Corona and, what is that other one? Corona and McDowell's, thank you. And Maria and Washington. There's these painted green bike boxes, and the public isn't educated on what they mean, and the signage, what does that mean? So that's just my 2 cents. I'm very excited to support this tonight, and thank you to Marge Tarr, Bruce Hagan for being there maybe the longest, and for everybody else that contributed to this, and thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that makes a really great point. The why for this is for safety, and the greatest risk to safety is the vehicles with the potential for the greatest damage to anything smaller. And, You know, I really appreciate what staff's built at out on I Street. It was nice getting letters saying that the revised edition was better than the first edition, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve, is best and better. And I really appreciate what we built out up in Victoria at the western end for crosswalk pedestrian safety up there. I'm excited for the potential to get out Lakeville and to get to Kaiser in that area with projects that are in this proposed. Even getting to Putnam Park, I appreciate the opportunity to do all those things better. But generally, I have been saying that, you know, we're not asking you to get out of your car. We're asking you to be kind to people who are willing to do that and support the infrastructure needs that are necessary to do that. I mean, if we get 5% of people changing mode this year, transportation mode this year, we'll get another 5% next year. We will be impactful in a short period. I do have to say it is fun being having grandkids in sports. The reason is because I'm not coaching. So I get to ride my bike over, no big bag of balls or bats or whatever, and I can get, as a grandparent, can get around town now in a way I couldn't hauling multiple kids to multiple events before. There's right people who will be early adopters and people who will have continued behaviors of today. But what I like about this, and the reason I'm so supportive, beyond how excited I am about all the public engagement we've done and all the steps of construction getting to here, is that this is a strong climate statement. We put in a lot of verbiage in all our documents about what we're doing for climate, and we're saying that's important, but that only matters if we do what's important. So for me, this is a strong climate document. It doesn't hurt that it also helps traffic, reduces traffic. It doesn't hurt that I get to park my bike right at the front door wherever I'm going and can get across town equally fast. So this, I think, is a big step forward. I really appreciate staff getting us to this stage. I know it was a difficult road for many, many of the volunteers as well, but I'm really happy that we're here today. And Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I think that there's so many good examples out there when we do the reading that of if you build it, they will come. Like Palo Alto in 2005, they launched their Safe Routes to School program, and over a 14-year period, they saw a 34% increase in middle school and high school kids riding their bikes to school. Today, over half the kids ride their bikes or walk to school. That's the kind of thing that can happen with concerted focus on that. On e-bikes, we're looking at like 15% growth year over year. That's like 5 to 6 years before they double the number of e-bikes. California is over half of the United States market share in e-bikes. The horse is here. Like, we're behind. We're the cart, and we need to get on this because, yeah, we've got problems with behavior and the way that kids ride their e-bikes. But if we don't take action, the blood's on our hands. And that's on us. When we talk about D Street, like, think about the future, and we think about having hundreds of new units of housing coming at the Petaluma River Park, hundreds or even thousands of new units coming near the train station, and then a new park entrance coming at the other end of D Street. Are we expecting all of those people to walk up D Street? Are we expecting all of those people to drive their car up D Street to get to the park? Or are we going to provide them a safe way to get there on their bike? And that's what we have to think about. We're not building this for today. We're building this for the future of our city, because these are, they're attached to large capital projects. They're, 20, 30, 40-year investments. And I really think we've got to tone down the rhetoric and actually deal with the facts. And the facts are that active transportation and micromobility, as Councilmember Shribs always talks about, like the types of devices that we're going to see 5 years from now are going to be different than even what we're dealing with today. But the infrastructure and the need to build this infrastructure network out, like, can't be overstated. This is, it's not an assault on car culture or driving. It's honestly like getting with the times and realizing that if Frank can get here in the same amount of time on his scooter as Councilmember Now can get here in her car, why wouldn't you want to be outside and get the air blowing through your hair? You know, like people are going to do that. I want Councilmember Quint to get here just as safe as Councilmember Now. And I know you do too, but that doesn't happen through hope. Hope is not a strategy. This plan is, and that's what we have to, that's why we're supporting it. So I really hope we can get unanimous celebratory support for this document. And I'll move the item.
Thank you. I just want to add, I don't doubt that we'll be back on e-bike policy at a different time in a different place. I think that's a rising concern. Chief, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I think it'd just be just briefly in light of the time. And I know there were a lot of questions, and I just want to maybe address that, recognizing that we'll have a future opportunity to discuss that more broadly. But I reflect on the ATP, and we've contributed greatly to the policy. But we're seeing some really egregious behaviors community-wide, and I want to just offer some observations, even some personal observations that aren't necessarily related to e-bikes. But I live on the east side on a pathway. I see it in my neighborhood. We see it on patrol. We're working on it. We offer warnings. We're seeing e-bikes of all classes, all age groups. We're seeing electric motorcycles. We're seeing young riders on those. So they are the essential of a motorcycle with a 14-year-old without a helmet in the middle of the road. I've stopped a 14-year-old with their AirPods without a helmet on the middle of Washington Street in the fast lane, passing Taco Bell. Called their mom, issued them a warning. Seen them do it 3 other times on their way to school. Want them to get to school, giving them a helmet. We really need some compliance. We had a meeting this week. We're bringing HEAL, Healthy Eating, Active Lifestyles, to the Chiefs Association. Some of our allied agencies aren't seeing the same experiences, or at least aren't as aware as we are. But we're going to have some strategic communications countywide about how to message this. I think our bike community is well aware of positive ridership. I don't know that those that aren't actively engaging in that community aren't as in tune as what the positive etiquette is. And I think it goes beyond just the bicycle community. So I had a pedestrian walk in front of me right in a crosswalk, and I almost hit them this weekend. Just no regard. People aren't looking. So I think my call to action, and that I really felt compelled to get up here, is just people need to be thoughtful, whether driving, walking, biking, wear their helmets, take their ear pods out, walk and look around before stepping out in traffic, slow down, whether they're on an e-bike, skateboard, the unicycle wheel, walking, driving, whatnot. We're seeing collisions. We had a bad accident on the east side just a couple weeks ago on an individual on a dirt bike without a helmet that ran a stop sign. There's some things that are unavoidable, some things that are human error. Collisions happen, accidents happen, but a lot of them that we're seeing are avoidable and predictable and preventable. So I'll leave it there. I appreciate the work in the comments and the community members that showed up tonight. And thank you.
Thank you very much for weighing in. And looking for a second to the motion.
Mr. Mayor. I don't want to interrupt someone else, but I was going to say I will second it.
Okay.
But I will also say, as the driver of the SUV with Councilmember Quint's scooter, I got to Lakeville and the traffic was so backed up, and the train, was there, so there was no left-hand turn onto D Street. So looking ahead, I saw Washington Street barely had any traffic. So I went up to Washington Street and turned left on Washington Street, and then proceeded to come to the City Hall, where a scooter can go ahead of that traffic, and that's why we got there at the same time. So I just wanted to make that
safely in the bike lane.
Safely in the bike lane, yes. Because I asked him, I'm like, can you do that? Because I wouldn't feel comfortable. For one, I get helmet hair. Two, I have 3 car seats in my car, so I have the big old SUV, which I don't prefer driving, but I have that. And I wouldn't feel comfortable managing traffic on a scooter, but I'm respectful for Councilmember Quint for explaining how the bikes move in traffic. And I, as a driver in Petaluma all the time, know to look ahead to see where there's not as much traffic. And that's what I saw Washington Street. So I will second this, and I'm very proud of our community.
We have a motion from Barnacle and a second from Now. And Councilmember DeCarlo, did you want to weigh in?
Just a quick comment. No, I appreciate what the police chief said, and I think we do need to give him the tools and resources that he needs to make sure that things are safe, because you can put all the safety measures you want in place, but ultimately he's the one that will help make sure that people are safe, the streets are safe, bikes, cars, and everybody will be safe.
Thank you very much. And with that, let's have the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Gator Thompson absent, DeCarly,
No.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Enthusiastic, yes. Hooray.
Motion carries with
Thank you.
Councilmember DeCarly voting.
Thank you very much. That's our last item for the agenda tonight. I do want to note to everybody that we are closing in memory of our late city manager, John Sherrar, who contributed greatly to this, where the city is today. Thank you. Good night.
And I'll say my representative, Alex McFarlane, is still welcome to sign CMOs. We'll just put an asterisk.